Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 71. Because episode number 70 was yesterday, at least for me. Not for you guys, it will be last week. Where we did the special solo session with Arik, and what a blessing it is to see a full cast again. It has been a month, about like 3 weeks, I believe. So please like and subscribe for the full cast, for everyone to be here. You guys,
if you notice, it says for Greg on it.
yeah, for Greg, and it worked.
That's so nice.
It worked. People came. Literally, episode 65 and 66 for some reason exploded and have like 500 and 300 views respectively, and I'm like, okay, cool.
Because I wasn't there.
No, it was actually the episode.
Oh, it was before.
Yeah, it was before that. This was when Skit wasn't there. For one of them.
Oh.
No, for both of them. Sheesh! But the viewers came in like the last 2 days. And not when the episode was released. So something has happened 2 days ago. And I don't know what it is. Maybe because they felt Greg was playing again. And they were like, maybe we should start watching. Anyways, enough about that. There will be a couple of changes. I do think it's somewhat important to notify the viewers of the change, is that we are now testing the new rules of the 2024 Player's Handbook. So if some spells, features, or stuff like that seem a little bit different than what you're used to, well, that's your explanation why. And
if we take longer figuring things out, then
yes, that will definitely take its time, as we are way over our recording schedule because we've been trying to figure this out right before the session instead of doing it a day before. Anyways, that's how we are.
We smart.
Yeah, but not to get distracted again, we now come to the introductions and question of the day. And now, Greg, you are released from this, since obviously, like last time, the question pertains to what has happened to Eirik. And actually, this is going to be a two-part question, which is, first of all, do you think he survived? Second of all, if you do think he survived, how and where is he? So actually 3 questions. So starting off with Matt.
Oh, geez, I keep going first.
it sucks, doesn't it?
I've had the last couple weeks, yes. Oh boy. You know, Fiera hasn't been thinking about that, so I'm not gonna go with her viewpoint. Matt's viewpoint is, if I had to guess, I think Eirik got chased by orcs, probably fought to the death until the high storm was upon him, ducked into the first crevice he could find, and then artificered his way to like a underground hideout that was probably actually okay. And then, yeah, he probably had to make his way back, hopefully, and we'll see him soon.
Okay.
Just fine. Nothing wrong whatsoever.
All right.
Hi, I'm Isorel playing. I'm not Isorel, I'm Skid, and I'm playing as.
Man, that was a big brain lag. Holy shit.
That was. I am Skid, and I play Isorel Leafina, the druid / cleric, and I think Eirik did survive, because he is Eirik and he doesn't die. I think he survived through some cunning Eirik only shenanigans, included but not limited to perhaps somewhat of a rope trick at some point, and maybe Gustulu had something to do with it. Yeah. I think he went for some Eirik only shenanigans, like Yeah, that's what I think.
All right.
All right, well, I'm Felicia. I'm playing Jade. I think Cthulhu tried to find a safe place for Eirik and probably like laid on top of Eirik to kind of shield him. Because I told him when he left to keep Eirik safe. So I think he would put himself in the line of anything trying to hurt Eirik until he ultimate demise. And then Eirik was left for himself, and then I think he probably ran into some orcs that were coming to where we were. And he had to battle his way through. So I think he's still alive and he's gonna find his way back to us.
All right. Optimistic. And bit playful, I would say. Yeah, but only Greg and I know what really happened. What really happened.
We don't even know what happened to freaking Fiera yet.
That is true too.
What do you mean?
Like, we know you're alive, but that's all we know.
Yeah. That can
Yeah.
That's all you need to know. Okay. Anyways, it's been enough talking around. Let's get this party started. Let's see. Continue.
Our Messiah has ventured back, but the seeds have been planted, and we have all the necessary tools to finally continue our preparations, Your Holiness. So he has disappeared. How unfortunate. His contribution to our faith was quite useful. Then we shall proceed with our next step. The words of the Dead Sea Scrolls will us to embrace the chaos and the pools of blood that will be spilled as a result of it. Our next goal is hidden, but we shall find it. Old blood will lead us to war, and this time we shall not fail to collect the blood again. For now we possess the dagger and the chalice, and surely this war will suffice to satisfy it. Oh, prayer to the red moon. May your scarlet light bless us. We who follow in the rivers of blood that you spill. Bless us. Oh, scarlet moon. Bless us. Oh, scarlet moon. Bless us. And may we drink from the blood that guides us.
I assume some of my players are still hearing the intro.
I heard it all.
It's over for me.
And I assume that for Jade and as well. Still playing? Yeah, since you kind of joined later. But I will just continue with the recap since, you know, we don't really have to wait that you know the intro. So, last we left off, you guys managed to regroup, at least with one of your party members after the loss of the High Storm, and fought your way, or cleared the ones keeping Azathia and Jade and Sarah captive And after investigating further of the space you were held within, you would find a kind of a second space that you could enter in a larger chamber where the shaman was, who was kind of, let's just call it, constructing his pet, that you then had to fight, as he used some sort of weird demonic blight to kind of sort of partially resurrect this chimerian beast. As you battled, you took care of the shaman at first, and then the ravaging beast that was kind of going berserk around here. And after all the dust has settled, you had the time to investigate the chamber and would find out that a variety of tools were here, one of which is a cube with a note on it that seems to be some sort of device to transport and, if wished so, to destroy demonic blight, or at least something that they refer to as a Vanta material. And with that in the room itself, you would also find a couple of spell scrolls and a old belonging to this rune magic circle. And as I think it was Iceral who then managed to see that there were some sort of magic runes kind of placed into the ground as she used to take magic, and a riddle that was on the wall. After some incredible brainstorming from the two smartest people in this group, they would eventually manage to figure out this riddle all by themselves. No help at all. Definitely not from the DM. And with it, unlock the magic circle that was kind of stationary, and with it you would see that the entire room would suddenly turn dark, and forming out from the ground a fiendish red light, all too familiar that you have seen in your time in hell, would apparate, and from it, almost like veins coursing through the air, kind of creating this almost nervous system of a body, and it kind of starts to grow and morph into a humanoid-esque shape of an upper torso, arms that only go to the upper arms and then fade into these veins, and then a skull-esque head that looks more like deep red skin that has been draped over a skull, and kind of these weird metallic, almost like bindings that kind of cross its body and then fade into darkness, and you are sitting with this figure in a darkened space. And that is where we left off, and that is where we are going to pick up again as you see this being in front of you, and all have it enlarged for our viewing pleasure.
Yes.
As
It.
Guys, what?
Hey.
it said, and the last thing that happened is,
I'm the only one that can understand it, just so you know, Eric.
Summoned me.
oh no, we didn't clarify which language it spoke,
Oh,
No.
which
I do have tongues for like 10 minutes.
yeah,
Yes.
which I will reveal that it is speaking in Infernal.
I don't understand.
um,
I'm looking to Jade since she summoned it.
I just like take like a small like step forward, shoulders back, looking like I know what I'm doing. I summoned you.
You are not Lazula. What is your purpose then?
I don't know who Lazula is, but we know that there's bad people that are trying to find something that we think you're guarding. And we wanted to make sure that they can't get it.
See him kind of pick up his head a little bit more, but he seems to not be able to move as much as he would like to, as the kind of metallic bindings kind of limit his head movement. And he says,
Well, whatever they wish to get, they won't be able to get it from me.
I'm trying to gesture to Jade.
I like take a couple steps towards Spira.
We would like whatever he's guarding.
What's going on?
Shh, shh, shh.
Okay.
Who is this Lazula? To you.
You have questions. I have answers. Let's make a deal.
What kind of deal?
As you may notice, I am a bit trapped. It has been quite some time since I had a visitor. I wish not to stay in this place, and I feel like we can help each other.
I might be able to get you home.
I wish to know what you want.
What was he guarding again? I forget. And I can't find my notes.
You can speak up if Jade looks stumped. Hello. I'm behind him, but I guess I'll walk in front of him since I see he's struggling to move.
The key.
Right. You're Ixil?
Yes.
Well, pleasure. Right, we came here searching for a key. I believe... Well, if I was Lazula, I would give you the key to watch over.
Maybe.
Maybes. If we're dealing with maybes, then maybe this conversation doesn't need to go forward. We can find it another way.
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh.
21.
That's good for me. 21.
Fine. I have Lazula's key, but I have been instructed to give it to no one.
Instructed, or is this a contract you're under?
A very meticulously well-formed contract.
Hmm.
What is the stipulations of your contract?
Well, I wish I could say.
Yeah, that would be one stipulation. Unable to speak it.
So you want us to let you free, but you can't tell us what the stipulations of your contract is or even how to do that. So how is that going to help us?
I have a way that can release me. And if you release me, I can give you the very thing you seek for. Once I'm released, I am not binded by the contract anymore.
So theoretically, if we were to let you free, what would you do?
Well, I guess that's up to me.
Like, would you want to go back to hell?
No one would voluntarily go back to that place.
And see, that's where we have a problem. I can't just let you loose in the world to wreak havoc on the towns and people.
And why would you think I would do that?
Because you won't tell me what your purpose is, so I can only leave myself to my imagination.
Old.
I can make this very easy. I can. I can't. But I promise, if you release me, and I'm not binded by Lazula's contract, we can make a new one. Where I promise.
Who upholds your contract? Is it this Asmodeus?
No. It's deeper than that.
Oh wait, you said Asmodeus?
Yes.
I take back you would say.
Yes.
Okay. They got it.
No,
Right.
I mean yes. I mean no.
I thought you
I
said
don't know anymore.
in my brain I thought you said Bell. And I was like, no.
So if you break your contract with Lazarus, he's the one who punishes you?
Yes.
And his reach reaches all the way here.
Yes.
Contracts. Hmm. How long are you here for with your current summon?
For about as long as the runes glow. I see the power has weakened. I approximate 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Very well. Well, then you have 10 minutes to convince us that you won't do us harm. Once we leave this place, that we can trust the devil who's been set to a very long punishment. Interesting. question is, do we need you for the key? Probably not, but it's probably the easiest method. But we know full well that you're far more experienced with contracts than us. You're far more experienced in killing than us. So it seems that we're kinda on the end of... We don't have a reason to trust you. So you're gonna have to give us one.
I see. I don't blame your skepticism. My skin has been torn from my flesh, and all you see is the morphed form that the gods have changed me into. But if you're willing to extend your trust, I will promise, with all I have, that immediately after you set me free, I will make a contract where I will sign that I will not harm anyone.
And there's your window of opportunity. Okay, you have to give us a few minutes. Team, let's give him some space. Let him breathe in the air he probably hasn't had in a while. We need to talk.
I want to do an insight on him as I'm just kind of like staring at him, trying to see if he's trying to deceive us.
Yep.
I'm going to give myself guidance.
All right.
You have a whole minute of it now.
Oh God.
You try to read him, and the one thing you get is he's desperate. He obviously doesn't want to be here anymore. I mean, who would be? This doesn't look very appealing. And he seems to be completely forthright when he says he will do a contract with you immediately after you release him, and that's a promise. He will do that. And you are 100% confident he won't try any funny business in risk of whatever other consequences might arise from the previous contract that he might have.
He's a good devil.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm mage handing the back of Jade's armor, just pulling her away. Come on, let's give him some space. Couple minutes.
How far do you want to step away?
I mean, we can still see each other. I'm sure he has ears. How big was that room? Okay, so maybe 61 feet.
All right, and as you approach back, as you're still within, it's completely dark here. The only thing you see is this guy, and as you get to about 20 feet or so, you feel a wall that you kind of just knock against, but you can't see.
Oh.
And as you touch it and you go around, it seems like you're within a cylinder of some sort. And it's icy cold, but you don't see anything. The only thing you do see other than that, now that you actually, aren't focusing on the extremely scary looking devil in front of you, is the runes that lit up are still visible on the edges of where you can trace whatever barrier you are now locked within.
Oh, that's rude.
That's when we need Arya's mental link.
Rest in peace.
Well, it's either remain quiet or we just speak anyways and he listens. Wonderful.
I mean,
we have to speak, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Sarah, your first devil, I imagine?
I'm gonna look over my shoulder and in common talk to the devil and say, "Do you understand me when I speak to you?"
He looks at you. Wait. Actually, I have to check myself. But I'm pretty sure. Wait a moment. He just looks at you. He doesn't respond.
Right, so he doesn't have to listen to you. See, so we summoned him. He probably has the key, but it's not 100%. Honestly, that's all I care for. But I also don't want to let him just free, because he is chained for a reason
I
that we
mean,
don't know.
and I'm guessing to free him of his contract, we have to kill Lazula.
It's possible. But we don't know if...
who this Lazula is.
Yeah, we
I have
literally
no
only
idea.
heard of him yesterday. We're in his home, or his incomplete home. I do know that if he was alive, he'd be a few hundred years old. Say,
He
Ixel, do you know if your contract holder is alive?
No. She bound me to this circle.
Gee.
But I'm more than willing to share with you why she bound me here.
Pulling at heartstrings. Possibly. If she, I believe you said, if she's dead, are you still bound by contract?
Thinking, is he allowed to answer that? Yes.
Yes. I am tied to this circle. Not to her.
Right, sounds like if we want to set him free, we destroy the circle, or something like that. Okay. So we don't know if Lazula's alive. Seems unlikely.
What can you tell us about Lazula? And why is this key so important?
That you would have to ask her. I just keep it.
Can you tell me what the key looks like?
Make a persuasion check.
Can Chef Fear have advantage because I'm also trying to find out?
You aren't really like helping promote him in any way to give an answer, so I would say no.
Oh, that's fine. 22.
Okay, 22. It's like...
Wait. Ornate. A drop of her blood swirls in the key of the body.
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell. Okay, all I know is that we need to get the key and make sure that this other group that we had to kill and captured Izrael doesn't get it.
I heard my name. What?
I just want to make sure we get this key. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank team.
by the way, Isra, you can understand Fiera. Because she has the...
Oh, Yeah, that's right.
Oh right, she's
Got tons.
Everybody
talking in
understands me
codes.
for at least a few more
Yes.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot. Yes.
Okay, basics. We need the key. Ixel can probably provide the key. Ixel doesn't like their situation and wants it improved.
Well, we send it back to hell, and there you go.
I don't know how to do that. I don't think they want to be in hell. But remember, when we were in hell, all they wanted was to come back here.
Yeah.
They were sent there as punishment. Like I'm sure Ixel was.
I mean, it's bound by a contract and held in place. We just smash it to pieces and it goes back to hell, right?
Spirit, I feel like you know about contracts. Like, what do they entail?
Hell contracts, from what I've learned, can be very simple to complex as you want it to be, as long as it's upheld. I mean, have I heard of Asmodeus? Probably not. Probably, I don't think Vera would have.
No, I don't see any reason. Maybe you can still make a history
Vera
check.
goes like, oh, I'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Brain
guidance.
power. Oh, like, yeah, as I'm trying to. I'm going like this.
Yeah, so backing the brain.
Is it gonna roll? I don't know.
Oh, right.
That rolled first. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
23
All
plus
right.
26.
26.
The only mention of it that you can remember is it was on a chart of the divine list.
I looked at that, but it was a different name. It was like Asmodal or something like that.
Asmodel.
Asmodel, yes, the Seraphim.
Exactly. So that's the only one that
So that's close.
that seems to be quite similar. But yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And that's under. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because
That's-
I don't know if we told you this, Jade, but back when we were in hell, we had to sign a contract to get you back.
Right.
Which-
And they're dealt in blood,
Yeah.
but our contract is upheld by somebody else. It's upheld
Yes.
by the ruler of the first.
Yes.
I'm guessing this. If Asmodeus is this Asmodel, who is, you know, a Seraphim of Calyx Deus, I suppose, yes, the creator, they're quite powerful. So we don't want to go against that. I'm guessing this contract has to be upheld. But I look at Ixel. You would have had to agree to this contract at one point and sign it. So what are you getting out of it?
Gonna tries to move his head again. I wish I could tell. Let's just say Azula's quite a tricky one.
Interesting. And you can't say it obviously, but can you show the contract?
At my stage right now, I may only speak or produce the key.
Well, that's a hint. Interesting. Can you sign contracts in your current form?
No. My contract forbids it.
Okay, so we have information here. Speak or produce the key, and they want to be freed. They want the contract contracts aren't always indefinite. There's some ways to end them. If Lazarus was smart, they would have put in a way for them to get out of the contract. So we need to think of how would Lazarus make this contract? Oh, but if we end it, then Excel's free. That's a conundrum.
You can see that the walls suddenly crack with extremely bright white light. And Excel is the actual pronunciation, but Excel works through. Says, seems like our time is over. And you can see that his forms shrinks again, and then the kind of caged metal things kind of curl around his head to kind of squeeze him together. And you can just hear him say, think about it. As the outside wall shatters. And that is where we're going to make a quick switch to Eirik to see what is going on with our good old friend. Now, the last thing that has happened to you, Eirik, is you followed a group of orcs and are now at a darkened staircase. What do you wish to do? I remember that you were floating as to not make any sound, I believe.
Yeah, I'm using the last 30 minutes of my winged boots, and I'm floating down those stairs, and with dark vision, how much can I see into the stairs or the tunnel or whatever I'm in?
As you kind of are just floating there, it does seem to go down a bit, but you can see that at the very end, it's maybe like between 40 or 50 feet, so there seems to be some sort of torchlight illuminating the space at the bottom, so it doesn't seem like it's completely dark. And with your dark vision, you can definitely see the bits of light that are shining through.
Okay, I'll start floating towards the light, and I'll go as far as I can until there's, until the room opens up, or until I start seeing, orcs or any sort of other change in terrain.
Yeah. As you do so, and you go down, as you get to the bottom of the stairs, the room does seem to open up. And the stairs seem to kind of shift between natural cavern and normal stairs, as if like the ground at some point kind of got displaced in some weird way. The walls also seem to, parts of it look architecturally built, and other parts just natural cavern. As you get to the very bottom, it kind of opens up into a longer space. You can see a hallway immediately in front of you that seems to be going several for a bit of distance, like maybe almost 200 feet or so, with more torchlight illuminating the space. And similar vibe here, even though the space opens, it looks like a natural cavern, but there are like remnants of what seem to have been rooms, like walls that are placed up and also touch the ceiling of the cavern, but everything is like sort of displaced, as if a earthquake has kind of shifted what may have been once a underground building, now exposed to normal natural cavern spaces. You can still make a stealth check as you're kind of floating down. I'm presuming you're trying to be quiet.
Absolutely.
23. Yes, as you are kind of gliding down, making no noise at all. What you see is, yes, it opens up. Left to you seems to be one of these kind of rooms, or at least a wall that separates into a different space, and on the right too. And going further down, more torchlights, and it seems like the cave or subterranean chamber that you're inside of also splits into several branches. As you get down there, you do actually see one orc leave towards the very first left branch and disappears from your sight.
All right. I'm just going to go straight down to where those branches start, and I'll stop before I peek around and I'll just listen to hear if I can sense if there's anyone close by or which direction might be louder. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Yes, as you kind of approach that stealthily, you can make a perception check. With an 11. As you get there, even with 11, you're still able to hear some like disgruntled voice. Orcs usually talk quite loud, so it's easy to hear, especially with the echo inside of this space. But you can't really distinguish what he's saying, just a bit of murmuring, as it seems like two orcs are kind of just going into the distance at some point where you aren't able to hear them anymore. But you would think that if it was a larger group, you probably would have heard them. Just, once again, orcs are quite loud, and that you only really heard two of them walking away.
Goodness. Okay. I guess I'll go to the left because that's where I saw something happen. So I'll follow that branch, and I'll go until something forces me to stop, like more sound or another branch or anything.
Yes. All right. As you continue to move forward, you still kind of stealthily floating above the ground, which is helping you quite a bit. As you move through the space, you can see that the space where you got to the left branch was mostly architectural space, and the floor had like cobblestone paths and stuff like that. Though the left branch where the orc went down towards seems to have turned into a natural cavern with normal natural walls, and you can keep hearing like the dripping of water trickling down from several spots. And as you continue to walk, you see at one point just a smear of blood and gore that has kind of taken over most of the floor, though you can see a couple of scrape marks as if someone kind of went over it with a bucket and collected some of it. And as you're moving closer and closer, going down towards the step, you see suddenly that once again you come to a point where another set of stairs lead even further down, and you can hear the footsteps of the two orcs you were somewhat following kind of echo out into the distance, leaving behind.
Oh boy. I'm just gonna keep following them.
All right. Then you can make another perception check. (21). You hear like the ends of the conversation of the orcs going there, and say one of them saying, "What do you mean we have to return? But I said that someone figured it out. Shaman is dead. Trying to break through there, otherwise they're gonna get what we came here for." "Oh, these are quite alright. Gotta be hurry up then. Maybe we can't catch them in surprise. Let's hurry up." I kind of start to take a bit of a quicker jog.
I'm going to... Hang on. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep following the sounds and the voices. I'm overthinking this. I'm just gonna keep going waiting to see if anything else opens up in a different sort of environment, because a tunnel is not it right now.
All right, and as you continue, we're going to take a very quick break, but I have to pee so bad. Okay, I'm sorry. So very quick break here. See you guys in a second. And we're back. No fate transition for this, cause no time for that shit. Anyways, Eirik, as you continue to go down, the kind of stairs kind of stop, and then it's like a once again longer natural tunnel space where the kind of room is a bit tilted, or the roof is tilted like a triangle, where it seems like a huge slab has kind of slid over, and now you're kind of walking through the kind of slit that was left open, but you don't see any orcs there, but you can see that it drops at the end of where this is kind of leading to. And approaching that, you can see that a kind of sort of makeshift ladder out of rope and some wooden boards have been made to kind of, that has been thrown down, that seems to lead down into a more kind of another, which is like a more normal chamber as everything before that was either like destroyed, broken, overtaken by dirt and stuff like that, or partially mixed with natural terrain. However, the ladder kind of leads down to a more polished ground made out of marble and stuff like that. And you can hear a definite commotion going down, kind of echoing all the way through here. Though with your senses, you can tell it's like still a bit away, but it's because of the echoes, you can still are able to hear the noise that is kind of traveling through the room there.
All right. As I'm hovering over and listening, in my head, I'll just focus up and I'll try to reach out mentally to Tolvar, and I'll
Okay.
I just want to say, you want me to burn them? Is this it?
You feel, not necessarily hear, like a pulse of your heartbeat suddenly getting stronger, and you can see a light red glow kind of even shining through the armor you have. And then, for a brief moment, yes.
All right, I'm gonna pick up a couple stones. I'm gonna drop them down into the hole.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see if that causes a commotion or if that stops the talking or whatever that's happening down there.
Mm. So are you just letting them fall, or like throwing them down?
Yeah, just kind of like I'm not throwing them, but just like a little lob up and letting them just drop.
Yeah. You do that, and you can hear like the clinks of the stone that falls down and bounces around a bit. But it seems like, and even from you, like the distance you are from the bottom, which is like maybe like 20 feet or so, it is loud because the covered space, once again, it echoes. But compared to like the kind of rumbling and noise that they are creating, probably overshadows a falling stone, and they don't seem to notice at all.
Okay. I'll float down the hole.
Okay, you just
straight down, and I don't want to move. I just want to get down there and immediately look out and see what I see.
Yep, you move down, and you see a chamber in front of you with two stairs that now lead upwards. A room in front of you that has like two double doors that lead open, but there are no doors, and two hallways that flank the room to the right and to the left, and you can very audibly hear coming from at the end of these two hallways is where the commotion is happening.
Holy crap. So say that again. There are double doors in front of me.
Yes, but you can see inside of the room. It seems to be empty for the most part, apart from a
Right.
few crates. And then to the right of this room and to the left of this room are 2 hallways.
Fuck me. Are there any in the room?
Hmm.
Are there any like symbols on the floor or markings anywhere that might suggest what the place is or what it's for?
Yeah, you can make an investigation check. 27, dang. Like I said, it's like a marble floor, and compared to the rest of the subterranean space that you've been kind of walking through, it seems very intact, and the weathering or age isn't as apparent as the other places, and you can kind of link it towards probably some sort of magic just permeating throughout the space. You can see that on the walls themselves are a lot of like engravings and murals that look like star constellation and charts and stuff like that. Often kind of showing different kind of constellations that are in the night sky, though I don't think Eric is very familiar with those. And just kind of looking at this place, you can recognize that most of this, and if not all, has been like somewhat magically created. So the walls haven't been built or stuff like that. Someone with magic kind of brought this into existence. And you don't necessarily gain any knowledge about the purpose of this space per se from where you are, since you're just literally in a hallway. But in the hallways you can see these large murals of the constellations and stuff like that.
I just gotta keep following the sound, so I'll choose 1 and 2 I'll go left, 3 and 4 I go right.
Okay. Left it is. Well, then you can make another stealth check. So now approaching closer and closer. 21. Eric is stealthy. So going closer there, you can...
Since when?
I mean, he has been actually quite stealthy.
I've always had decent stealth. We just don't use it that much.
Yeah. Approaching closer, you kind of see that the hallway isn't that long. It's maybe like 20 feet or so. And as you perch around it, you can see it opens up into a large space with stairs kind of leading upwards, almost like a stage is there. That kind of, like a theater stage that's kind of risen up, and like 2 stairs on each side that kind of lead up to it. And you can just see this large black column in the middle of this stage, and around it are a bunch of orcs, the orcs that you presumably have seen. You also just get a whiff of like rotten flesh and a very distinctive smell of what you can recognize as demonic blight, as you now had several encounters with demons. You can see a large corpse of a weird creature that you cannot ascertain of anything, that's kind of like charred and burned, like the remnants of something larger that has now been burnt to ash. And the orcs are kind of gathered around this black kind of pillar. One of or 2 of them are kind of hacking at it with their great axes, but they're all kind of clumped together trying to do something with it.
Holy shit. Okay. So how far from me to where the orcs are?
They're quite close. You're pretty close, but they all seem to be so occupied with this thing that they're like maybe like the furthest one is like 30 feet away.
And so they're all in a circle around this column, or they're in like a little clump
Yeah,
together?
they're like in a little clump as one of them stops to hack, and you one is going there and then going at the same spot that the other one was. So they're kind of like trying to get inside of whatever this black column is.
All right. Well, I'll still floating. I'm just gonna float right up behind them. I'm gonna go 10 feet from them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna position myself where the biggest clump of them are together, so that they're in front of me.
Okay, so you want to be 10 feet away from them, but the biggest...
Yeah, 10 feet behind them, but angled in such a way where the most orcs are in front of me.
Okay, yeah, that can easily be done. I'm trying to guess what you're trying to do here. And you would, in a at least 15 feet emanation from you, get everyone. If that is what you want.
You're spot on.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so you kind of just float up towards them there.
Yeah,
and they're
not
still
touching the ground yet,
Yeah.
still floating.
Yep, they don't notice you at all.
And I'll wait for them to be really into what they're doing, and I'll say out loud, "Do you need a hand?"
You can see that the boss kind of, the large orc that you also have seen with more armor, kind of looks around and looks behind him, and you can see other two of the other orcs who aren't like hacking at the thing look at you. Who the fuck are you?
I invoke the flame.
Holy shit, okay. So, as no one else, but the orcs just see suddenly Eirik just get engulfed in one flash of bright white light that turns into a very deep red hue. And a sort of mini supernova explodes from him, charring everything around him in a 15-foot emanation. I can use that word now. As it explodes, and I guess they have to make a dexterity saving throw. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then that will be. I will go from left to right. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dexterity saving throws coming right up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Every single one fails. Amazing. And then for the 7th one is the captain, who also fails. So you can roll the damage.
Let's do this.
$17. You can add another D8 because of your tooth, obviously.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Okay, that is 25. As the light and fire reaches away from you, you can feel a very satisfying grin that is kind of lurching behind you. A presence that feels extremely satisfied as the flames kind of dissipate and only your eyes are left glowing, and your hands, you can see 6 piles of ashes where orcs were, and one heavily burned boss orc that is barely alive. And also, as your flames kind of emanate outwards, you also see that the column starts to crack and break as heavy steam is kind of lifting away from it. As the others now, as the column shatters, you can see this wave, or feel this wave of heat suddenly go over you. And a bright light that is currently floating in the air. You see a shape of Eirik, but his hands are burning with these red flames, and red fires kind of circling out of his eyes. And in front of him, kind of standing at the plateau of the stage, you can just see 6 charred, completely burnt to a crisp bodies lying on the floor, and 1 bigger orcish fellow whose left side has also been burnt quite heavily. I will put you on the bottom up, even though I don't think this will take long. But what do you guys want to do?
Oh boy! What the fuck? I'm gonna firebolt the one that's still standing.
Alright, then that sticks still. We can make the initiative then. Just a quick one. It's a 19 for him.
Oh, sir, just Eric. Everyone? You want initiative 4?
Yeah, everyone. Since I guess you would be somewhat reacting after seeing Eric and I still ignore. Wow.
First roll with Isorel 2.0.
Let's go, Iso 2.0.
Because yes, I am named Isorel 2.0.
Who's missing? Oh, Iso 2.0 is missing.
Oh, and
Yes.
Sarah.
Oh yeah, Sarah too.
Oh right, because my new sheet is not associated to my token.
No, you just have to click your token. It doesn't.
I did.
Oh, then it just didn't register. That has nothing to do with your sheet. Don't worry about that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because I clicked my token.
Okay, because right, you're right. It says I had no valid token selected, so there must have been a little something.
Yeah, Sarah coming at a 9. So, unsurprising 21. Fiera.
Yep. Yeah, I guess can you just describe what Fiera sees? What happened in the last couple seconds?
Yeah, so the kind of black wall kind of just crumbled down as cracks of light was going around it, and then shards shattered around, and then the black space got illuminated by the torchlight around you, and Xil's body got kind of wrapped in these steel kind of bindings and then disappeared as the darkness disappears, and then you just felt this wave of heat and sudden light emanating from kind of the side of you, and as you look there, you can see the 6 charred bodies of orcs that are still kind of burning a bit. One orc that is barely alive, and then Eirik floating in the sky with burning hands and burning eyes.
Okay. Interesting. Actually, it would spark a thing. If I wanted to like see if Eirik looks like he's sane, would that take like an action?
I think there's a passive insight, right?
My passive insight's 11.
Yeah. So if you want to dig a little bit deeper, you will have to take your time.
Okay, well, if he does anything, I have a spell. Okay, orcs are a problem. Let's send some missiles to the last one standing. I have low slots, so we're going to send just a little bit. 3 darts, straight to his head.
Alright.
Pew pew pew.
Pew pew pew.
Flying all around everyone, coming up and then crashing down.
Yep. As the orc kind of gets bombarded from behind, sort of from both directions, he looks kind of panicked.
Okay.
As he gets like blasted and he's like bleeding and burned everywhere. He says, "Oh, please stop! I yield! I yield!"
Then I'll look to Eirik and just say, you know, this probably isn't time or place, but when is it? Can you remind me what was your father's name? As I back up.
Am I able to be? Am I like lucid and conscious during this?
Yeah, you're still completely yourself.
So totally everything's
Yep.
normal. What the name of my father is? Christian.
Okay, that'll be my turn.
Not its religion, his name. Taking us to Isoel. What do you wish to do? As the orc is kind of.
It's me. I see Eirik.
Yep, you see Eirik.
I see Eirik. Isorel sees Eirik. That is like the one thing that she has been like talking about forever. So it's like the only thing that was important to her, so she will misty step next to him.
Well, under him, he's floating at the moment, but yeah.
Well, yeah, like the closest as she can.
Yeah.
And I will take an action to either do perception or insight or something just to figure out, is this really Eirik that is there with me? Like, she needs to know if this is Eirik for real.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Yes.
12. Going close to him, like you can feel like an immense heat emanating from his person. As you kind of misty step next to him, it's almost like standing next to a forge. And the bright kind of light that is also coming off of his hands and eyes kind of makes hard to just like look at him, especially as you just kind of went from extremely dark space to extremely bright one, so you can't really tell. He seems to be himself, at least the way he answered to Fiera, but you're not certain.
Sweet. Okay. So that was bonus action. Yeah.
Okay.
She's just gonna be like, Eirik, is this really you? Are you really here? And that'll be my turn.
Can I respond?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I will.
Yes, this is absolutely me.
Okay. And that takes us to the orc, who will now kind of go on all of his knees, puts down his sword, and start to grovel and says, I yield! I yield! No further! End of his turn. Will plead for his life. Taking us to Jade.
Oh man, the moral dilemma. Especially being a conquest paladin. I'm gonna go over, as you said it's groveling, I'm gonna stand over it. And oh man, tell your friends, tell whoever you want, do not mess with the Fate Weavers. You will meet their same demise.
Make an intimidation check.
As
With advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
What? Oh man, even as a warlock.
Incredible.
3.
Ooh. Ooh.
He says nothing, but he just nods his head.
I'm assuming that took my action.
Yeah, kind of just standing over him menacingly and intimidating. Yep.
I'm just staring down at him.
menacingly.
Trying to be like as angry as looking as possible.
Yeah. Hey, Sarah, who is like very confused at this point, also kind of just step back, but you can see that she's like channeling some energy inside of her hands and just looking at the orc, but not doing anything quite yet. Bring us to Eirik.
I said I was gonna firebolt him.
Yep, and firebolt away.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Well, yeah, I thought it would definitely
Damn.
hit.
Okay. Oh, that's horrible.
Oof.
That is so bad.
But you always get half damage, so that's 15 plus 2. Which is 7
Plus 3.
plus 3, which is my math is shit. 20?
Or would that be plus 4 because the one die would be half damage?
Oh, true. Actually, yeah. Did you roll an extra D? Yeah, you still have to roll an extra D10 for your tooth. Because you rolled a D8.
Extra D-
Because it's a fire bolt. That's a D10 damage.
Oh shit, D10.
Yeah.
Whoops.
No, it's a 2.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's a 1 even. Oh my god.
You rolled 3 ones for that firebolt.
Yeah. Okay.
I just had to say a 1.
Yeah, I have to decide. Actually, what am I doing? Like, how do you want to kill him? He doesn't have that much HP left anyways.
Oh, I mean, it's just a firebolt straight to his head. Like, the mouth is what's talking, so as that mouth is opening and closing, firebolt right into his mouth.
Yes, he grovels and he looks one time up, like kind of trying to beg for mercy. The last thing he sees is a bright flash of fire before the entire head gets incinerated and taken away, and he is left to burn like a crisp, like the rest of his friends. As
Before his blood's gone, as I want to grab enough of his blood to charge the horn.
so you can definitely do that, as like his head was like kind of fired away, so the cauterized part of his exposed neck, now you can just kind of put a vial in and then seep some blood out of that, leaving you now in a very strange moment as you all kind of take in what's currently happening.
I'm just gonna say, is anything else in here right now?
Not
Not
actively.
anymore.
Well, technically,
Just not active.
there you go.
So I'll drop the flame form. And I'll float down next to Isorel and I'll just bear hug.
Yep, bear hug.
Yeah, like,
Oh my gosh, I thought we lost. I don't know what happened. I woke up in this weird place and like you were not there, and then the girls try to help me, and then there's this girl here, Sarah, that I don't know, and then I do like a very Iric myself where I'm like just rattling off everything that's happened, and then I don't know, we lost consciousness, and then Fiera just like ascended into the storm, and then we woke up like all tied up
I'll just
together.
put my
in the
hand
cave.
up against her mouth. There's a lot to catch up on from everyone's point of view. Is everybody safe? Are we safe here?
You tell us. Where did they come from? We thought we cleared everybody out.
I mean, I just came through a whole bunch of tunnels. where
Right.
I got into a little pond.
Right.
They descended into a pond. They were so I came. Okay, I'm gonna back up a second. The goblin saved me.
Oh,
I
look away.
The goblins saved me. The goblins then directed me to where I last knew you guys were. I went walking a little bit. I found old ruins. I found a campsite, and I found a whole bunch of orcs standing around the side of the pond. I watched them for a while. Then they went into the pond, and they didn't come back up. And then I totally didn't try to leave. I definitely didn't try to run away. I went right into the water right after the orcs. Totally. What?
It's my time to do. We all know that you tried to run away because that's Iric.
Right, but that's the same entrance that I went through. It's the same entrance for this ruined tower.
Yeah, what? Okay, so hold on though. I went down into this water, but then I also came back up a couple staircases. Where is this? What are we inside the cliff in the mountain? What is going on here? How long have you been here? How long have I been gone?
2 days? Maybe? A day and a half? 2 days? Ish.
Like a day?
Yeah, we had the time to take a long rest. So maybe a day or two at most.
Okay, because I spent the night of the high storm in the goblin tunnels.
Did Cthulhu keep you safe?
Cozy.
I have no idea where Cthulhu is.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, we knew he's gone. But did he at least keep you safe for a little while? You weren't yourself for a while.
I started feeling some kind of, I guess there was a sting in the back of my neck. And then I started getting these visions.
I did dart him.
Hindsight, we were busy at the time. We looked. We didn't see it. That might be on us.
I have no idea what happened. I was with you guys, and then I woke up tied up to a post, ready to be burned down or given as an offering to Tempestus.
Right, okay, so let's... Sorry, go ahead.
Should I give an overarching story here? Alright, so we fight the demon, right? After we defeated the
There's the demon?
the huntsman.
that demon.
The huntsman. Yeah. Yes, afterward, since we left the town, Kenneth has been watching us. He saw an opportunity, he grabbed Izrael. So we all went after Izrael, found Sarah. Agreed to help us.
Who saw me?
Kenneth Erkstein. Do you remember Rena Pila back in Sunanir?
Yes.
Right, she was trying to open a new school.
Yes.
And she was opening it with Kenneth Erkstein.
Right.
We met him briefly. We didn't know he was a bad guy at the time. But he was, and we told him everything we were doing. And he's been watching us ever since.
Is he with the Unholy Blood Order?
No.
Okay, he's completely separate.
He's his own thing.
Not quite. Oh god, I got their name. So in Tellus, they're called the Dark Resistance.
Right. Yes, we have heard.
Here, they have a sister name that I definitely wrote down somewhere in my notes. The leader is Kabza. Oh boy. I definitely did not write it down.
Covenant.
I have the leader's name though.
Covenant of the Heart.
Covenant of the Heart.
Yeah.
I did write it. Perfect. Okay.
Yes, I do have that. That is a name that is familiar.
Yeah, I believe your Duke fellow is with them as well, and a number of other people. They work in the dark. They work with blight. They work to unravel everything that is good and holy, and they seek strength that you can't get normally.
As she's telling this, I'm gonna use a slot of my spell storing item for see invisibility.
All right. I'll look around and make a perception check.
And then do I recognize what spell he's casting? Because I think I've seen him use it before.
Yeah.
It's coming out of the goggles.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can like somewhat assume. I think you are proficient enough in your magecraft. Yeah, you look around. Clear view. It doesn't seem like anything invisibly floating around or in your vicinity, or anything invisible that is here, other than a very faint outline of what seems to be almost like a bit of light, or almost like a floating string that is in the middle of the circle. It seems to just be there, like a red string.
I'm just pointing to it as Fierre's talking.
Yes, there is something going on here. We'll get that to we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so they brought Israel here. This place is called, well, I don't know what called. An arcanist from a few hundred years ago named Lazla, apparently a female, was building this. I think she was building some sort of tower. But she didn't finish it, oddly enough, but she did do quite a bit of odd research here with planes and such, and she made contract with a devil. Lovely fellow. But she's not here. But she's holding a very interesting key that this Covenant of the Heart wants, and we need to get. But this place is protected from scrying. She has a number of wards. I don't know, there's wards around. But it protects from, like, divination. Kind of like I can do with the tower.
So is this a good person?
We don't know yet.
Yes. We
Yeah.
have no idea.
We have no idea yet. We
I
have
haven't met them.
we have spoken to the devil. They have spoken, because I did not understand anything. There's no contract signed. There's no nothing that has been done. We've just been talking to it. It wants to enter into a contract with us and willingly give us the key if we break the previous contract. However, we're not willing to do that.
No.
We need to find a way to get the key it's holding without freeing it or agreeing to any sort of contract. I think it's possible, but we'll have to put our heads together. Also, limited time, because the Covenant of the Heart's going to keep sending troops here. Kenneth may show up itself. And frankly, I'm exhausted. Trying to survive the high storm took a lot out of me, so...
There's... Since we're all, like, discussing, like, how everyone has been in the last 36 hours or so, Fierre, I think you have some...
I'm tired.
You have some explaining to do. At least, how did you survive the high storm?
Not easily.
The last thing I saw was you ascending into the storm.
Yeah, don't do that.
What?
Yes.
Never do that. So
She just
I learned a couple things.
flew away.
Into the
Now-
storm.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be judgmental because y'all just saw me with flaming hands and eyes, so that's gonna have to be explained. But what?
She has a glowing glove.
I mean, it's just a new focus. But yeah, the battle seemed lost. Maybe we were trying to get Israel, and I wasn't ready to be captured or killed, so I kind of just left.
You left us for the dead, and then
I
came back
came
for
back.
us. Yeah, after you flew off into the storm, they could have killed you.
It seemed more likely I'd live.
Jade went down. I got her back up, and then she went down again.
Also, we
You
were
got me
fighting in the dark.
stabilized?
I
Yeah.
literally saw nothing happening the entire fight.
And then Sarah here tried to help us, and she got down.
I got on a back of a dragon.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yes.
And then I went down, and then everything went to shit.
It was
And
really
the last thing I saw was I was holding Sarah because we were on the back of the dragon, and Fiera was just
Yeah.
floating away, and I lost consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Well,
pretty
there-
simple. After you
well,
guys
there's-
fell, they brought you down below.
While they're talking, I've been cleaning up, trying to make an area to like rest.
Okay. Yeah. But there's a table and a bench, so
There's a
Yeah.
lot of bodies in here.
Mostly just getting the bodies, like at least
Yeah.
out
Oh,
of the
and
Another
also-
immediate way.
blighted body. We have a blighted body just sitting there.
No, it's not hanging there. It's a pile of ash. I burned it to crisp.
Yeah, there was
like
a
the cantrip.
chimera. There's like
Yeah.
a lion, a goat, and a scorpion
Right,
demon
yes.
thing.
They were
then the
experimenting.
Blighted
With blight.
snake head.
Mhm.
Excuse me?
I tore it to shits.
Could you show Eirik the picture?
you guys can describe it. He didn't see it.
His name was Kim.
Yeah, named it Kim.
Yep.
I mean, it's pretty simple, right? So you add a snake, a lion, a goat, and a scorpion all in one. And the snake is blighted, and the blight is spreading throughout the body.
Yep.
And it's gigantic.
And it's being somewhat controlled by a icy shaman that I obliterated to shits.
Hmm.
I was a little bit angry during that fight.
That's fair.
Yeah,
They're
I've
trying to-
been angry for the last 36 hours, so I understand.
That's fair.
By the way, ever since we started talking, I have not given Eirik any space. Like, I am holding on to him for dear life.
Would she be feeling the warmth inside me still, or
Yep. Definitely. As you
Oh,
kind of holding him, he seems to still, even though his flames aren't active or there anymore, there's a constant admission of heat. And as you kind of occasionally grab his arms, you can see that at his forearms now, the marking of scales are also visible, even though at the last time we saw him, it was only on the chest.
Mm,
yeah,
Wait.
Yeah.
What?
yeah,
Is it like all of your upper torso down your arms now?
yeah, shoulders, biceps.
Sarah
Yeah.
also comes like a little bit closer. It's like, oh wow! And she kind of shows her own kind of scales that, but only go a little bit to the shoulder area, not as prominent as yours. And what? A lot has happened since we last saw each other.
Yeah, you can say that.
you know each other.
Yeah. We met when they came to my place and picked me up, so to speak.
Ah,
Yeah, the timeline the last couple days has been quite broken up.
A lot's happened in a very short time. And the
Yeah.
high storm kind of shook things.
it almost feels like an entire month has gone on
Hmm.
Well,
in 36 hours.
that's pretty funny because that's almost what happened to me. I ran through
You-
the last like month. Okay. the visions I had after getting stung by whatever I was stung with, hang on, let me I have to get this right, the sequence.
As he's going to be talking, I'm going to be taking a closer look at his scales and like the state of them, but it can wait after he's done explaining.
So I had immediate quick visions running through my entire life. I saw the forge that I had the burning accident in. I saw the ship that I sailed away from Yeshimon on. I saw the workshops that I had been working in. I saw the castle that we went and had our meeting in. I saw the arena. I saw hell. I saw it all just quickly flashed straight through my brain. I guess it was some kind of dream. Anyway, I woke up, or what I felt like was waking up, in the warehouse that we fought the thugs in.
Mm-hmm.
The first fight. The same thugs.
You were back in Dunanir?
Yep.
You talk about the workers that
In the warehouse. When we teleported into the warehouse to go check out what was going on that very first time.
Trying to find a like our
Right.
very first mission, trying to find
Exactly.
a chrysalis and where it was.
I woke up in the same spot in that warehouse that we teleported to, and I fought the thugs again. And then I beat them, and then another vision happened. What? I took a lot of notes. Hang on.
Yeah, you always have that.
And so the first warehouse.
I saw you can make an investigation check.
Yes.
So then the second vision happened. I was transported. Sorry, good.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna give myself guidance, but my thing already rolled, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, there you can't do it. Like, I don't care.
Okay. All right. Thanks. There's yeah. Okay. Keep going.
So I was quickly then transported through to a second vision. All of a sudden, I was standing on top of some sort of grassy, foresty cliff area, just somewhere out in nature. You all were in a cave, tied up, bound together, captured by someone, and then Veltrix and not Goran.
Tenaria.
Thank you. Veltrix and Tenaria came and attacked me, seeking revenge for what we did to them in hell. So I had to fight them. I killed them. And then I went to go into the cave to try to find you. Flash forward to another vision. Sent to the deserts of Yeshimon. I'm standing in the middle of nowhere. It is hot as hell. Sand blowing everywhere. And my dad comes walking up towards me, saying that he wants to kill me and he should have killed me a long time ago. That I was a problem. He knew what had happened to me. Telling me that I should have been dead a long time ago. And I murdered my father. We flash to another vision. I'm standing in some kind of, I guess, machinery building, some kind of God knows what this was. my old co-worker, Vilena. The same one that I saw in the vision when I told you that when I was with Top Hat Guy. I saw this vision of her working on this big piece of machinery. I had no idea what it was. I see her again. And then she starts telling me that I have no right to decide what happens to the world, that she thinks she has the answers by activating whatever the hell machinery she was working on, and it would have just wiped everything out. She thought the best course of action to eliminate the evil was to eliminate everything.
That's one way to see it.
But I was telling her that that's absolutely not the case. In the last however long that I've known you guys, I've explored and experienced more of the world, more of just regular life than I had in my entire life. I think I'm getting a pretty good sense of what's good and what's bad, and I told her that. I know there's good out there, and if she just does what she wanted to do, all of the good would be gone. She told me I don't have the courage to go through with anything.
I'm not gonna entirely disagree, but also I don't entirely agree.
So I killed her.
Good.
And then this stuff started happening. The whole business of the Daracon night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I'm it now.
The what? Oh, the thing, the
Right.
thing
The,
from
the
hell.
night, the dragon night.
The Dragon
Yes.
Knights people.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have no idea if there's other steps that come after this, but the scales have developed, they've grown. I've got this new power. Because I spoke with the dragon? Another vision.
Wait,
Yep.
and Sarah, you also have scales.
Yes.
And you have your own. I'll borrow this. You have your kind of, not really pet dragon, but you also have your own dragon that helps you.
Well, yes.
The spirit of a dragon, I mean.
Yes. I was told that my bloodline, at least, is descendant from a specific dragon, which lends us these powers, and it seems like you have found a great attunement with whatever you connected to, I reckon. That you were able to even commune with it is amazing.
So
He was speaking right at me. I'm looking at the face of a dragon. And he tells me his name is Tolvar. I think I got that right. Tolvar, Jack?
can
He
I
says-
can I make a history check if I have heard that name, since it is my topic of research?
Yeah, you can make it to check.
Okay.
Tolvar, Lord of Burning Ash.
It's pretty good.
Then 24.
Can I give a +5 to that to amp that up? Because I'm literally recounting the story.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm mostly just trying to see, like, if I have heard of him, or have read about him in my research.
Hmm. Yeah. So obviously in the books that you have read while I was in the Zephycus archives, there were like a few tomes about ancient dragons, which kind of interested you for some part, and since you also went to a what's it called again? Ancient Dragon Rune, that also kind of encouraged you to research more of that. And there are like these, obviously the Dominators, they're so famous that, you know, even common folk kind of somewhat know about them. And then there are also very famous dragons that like kind of immediately descend from them. Much like Mirvorax, who had a specific title given to him. And you kind of skim through it, and with the recording of Eirik, you just so happen to remember one of them. And one of the reasons why is because one of the magic items, which I'm pretty sure is also Eirik's, or might even be Fiera's, is the bone of an infernal Obex keeper, which once again is a title for a dragon. Oh,
it is mine.
Oh, then
it is mine.
Then it actually makes
It
the
is
most
mine.
sense that you would know this, because
Be mine.
one of the infernal Obex keepers is Tolva, the Burning Ash, and you have one of either its bones, but there seem to be like multiple infernal Obex keepers.
You can see physically Isarel's brain absolutely blasts out of her head, and she fiddles with her bag of holding, and with some cloth she takes out the piece of bone, and she's like presents it to Eirik.
I think she wants you to eat it.
No, I don't want it. I don't want. I'm just kind of blown. This is a piece of bone that we got from hell.
Yeah, I remember
The dragon in hell. Tovar is an Obex keeper, right?
Yeah.
This is the bone of an Obex keeper. Do you think, because you've communed with Tolvar now, do you think you could ask him if this belongs to him?
Yeah. He already took the tooth from me.
That we got from the dragon skeleton?
Which, Jack, did it come back to my firearm?
No, it didn't.
It didn't.
Interesting.
So we could assume that we met the skeleton of Tolvar.
But I was talking to him.
It's a whole thing. Servalon is dead, and I communicate with Servalon. Mirvorax is dead, and I can summon him.
It's true.
You know, there are things that we don't understand yet exactly how everything is connected. Because, like, as we know, our souls are tethered to our physical body, but once that tether is severed, our soul goes somewhere else. Right? Arya's soul lives somewhere. We heard Andel's soul back in hell. At least we can assume that I assume it was him. So somehow, most likely, the soul of Tolvar entered in communication with you. You communed with it. and we possibly have found his body, his remains.
Don't tell me we have to go back to hell.
I hope not. I sure hope not. I mean, we might need to at some point because we do maybe have a contract to deal with, but
Oh my god.
yeah. But yeah, hold on. Let me
So yes, in time we can actually I can probably ask him about the bone. I don't really want to do it right now though. He still kind of freaks me out a little bit.
I can understand.
Well, it sounds like you had assimilated that tooth. So you probably end up assimilating the bone if you're with it long enough.
Yeah, I mean that's as part of the vision. As I look through my notes.
As you do that, I want Maestro's investigation check, looking at your scales. It was 16.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, these are full-on scales and hot to the touch. So you kind of wipe your fingernails against them. Seem also quite sturdy at that too. And they have like this deep red black color to it. So like when light shines on it, there's this red highlight, but in darkness it kind of just looks like black ash.
My pen exploded. I'm
Oh no.
blasted. Sorry. Yes. Keep going.
Oh,
I'll find a
man.
new pen. I'm good. I'll find something.
Yeah, so in the vision he was, or the dream, I don't even know what to call it. The experience. He was telling me all these what's that what?
Communion is likely what it was.
Yeah. He was telling me all these things. He said it's clear I have resentment for things that I've done. It's clear I have the urge to burn. I have no remorse with fire. I feel excitement from fire, which, I'll be real, is true. It's fun.
Fire has always been your little thing. Like, you're the fire guy.
He told me to just bring it all to cinders and invoke his flame. And when he said all this, the tooth, I pulled out the firearm, my firearm, and the tooth broke apart, or broke off of my firearm and flew around a little bit in the smoke and the fire or whatever I was seeing, and it went right into his mouth. I'm looking at the damn thing in his mouth, right across from me.
I guess, do you want the good news or the bad news, Eric?
It's all bad to me right now.
So those bones we found are pieces of a soul. Small pieces that if you put enough together, you could make another person, another dragon. They're not dead. They're quite alive. And if you're not careful, it's your soul versus theirs. Or yours might change. You need to be careful how deep you go with this power of yours.
Yeah, I don't... It's not like I'm choosing. I'm not like designing my life going around trying to do this. The whole point of me doing this was to figure out why I was scaly. I didn't want it. I thought it was just going to be like, oh, you can go and find out the answer and like, so be it. I've got some weird burns on my body. I didn't think it would turn into this.
Do you still feel like? Do you still have the urge to tinker, to create, to make?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, then that's the good news.
We just haven't
You're
had
still
time to do it.
Eirik. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I think we're due for a vacation once we get this key.
We were on vacation.
Yeah,
I
I guess
don't know.
maybe I should apologize.
This is still technically the vacation.
I mean, I still wonder why the hell you accepted to go
We just
out.
wanted to go get some cargo and come back. That would be a quick day trip. Get a little bit of cash.
It's-
Make the city happy. Bring some food to the city. That seemed like a
It's-
wonderful idea.
We were trying to show good faith for the city.
Which we did.
We should never accept to do anything that is a quick day trip without reassurance that we have backup with us. We know how it turns out.
Right.
We
None
get
of that matters
sucked
right now.
into a new dimension.
Yeah, because I should remind, we do need to do this quickly, or there'll just be more and more people coming to kill us here. We need to
During
get
the
the
time
leave.
that they've been talking, have we been able to take a short rest at least?
Yeah, definitely.
We could talk more once we get back home to Della Solids. For now, let's focus on the key. We're all here. Together, we can do this, probably. The key. Whatever the key is.
Yes. Short rest.
So are we supposed to just go like digging around this building now?
No. Okay. Hang on. Let me get the notes out here. We need to figure out fact from fiction. So we know this Lazarus person hid the key away. Likely with this ritual spot. I'll kind of point out the circle. Yeah, runes. It kind of connects to some portal, maybe to hell. Not really sure. It's hard to say. But anyways, this devil is locked in there, named Ixel. Lovely person. I'm sure they did horrible things and were locked away for a reason, because they're locked away with multiple chains of an angel, and they're bound by a contract by Asmodel, who is very high up in the Pantheon. But yeah, either they're holding the key, which Lazarus gave to them through a contract, or they are the key. I'm starting to wonder as well. We really don't know. But we need to get this key, whatever it is. All we've been told is that it is, I went up in my notes, look at something else. It's a red, it's ornate, and there's a drop of blood in the key of the body. We need to get the key, and they won't just give it.
But no sense of where it is.
I don't. Either this Ixel person has it when we summon them, or again, they might just be the key themselves. But this Ixel person holds the key to the key. Because Lazarus put the key away so that nobody would find it.
Oh,
Except for that. And yeah, rule number 1, we sign no contracts. Rule number 2, we don't free them. Because they likely did horrible things. And we have no guarantee what they'll do once they're free.
But if they are the key, what are we supposed to do?
That's the question. I think we summon them again and get more information. Perhaps rest. I don't know. We need to figure this out. And we might just need to keep summoning them until we think of an answer. We know the process. Also, if they speak Infernal, I'm guessing that, we right now. If me cast tongues and everyone so people actually know what's happening, I need to rest. I used pretty much everything I had to break you guys out.
What kind of rest?
You know, in the 8-hour range. It is late, right? I mean, you were probably... You said you came to the pond, Eric. Was it dark? If you were just up there?
I mean, traveling was like 4 hours to the pond. I left in the morning. I mean, well, mid-afternoon maybe, Jack?
Well, you assumed you woke up in the morning, but it was actually already kind of like afternoonish, and when you left the sun started to go down, because you fell asleep, not on your own accord, but just because your body gave in out of exhaustion. But it was extremely cloudy, so you couldn't really perceive where the sun was at that given time. So yeah, it might be like kind of starting to dawn at this point, or sunset at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was getting dark when I came down here.
Okay, so we need a plan. Here's the plan. Let's summon him one more time, ask some questions, figure out a little bit more, maybe inspect his body thoroughly, and then we rest. In the morning, we come up with a plan to get the key. Because we need more information, and we need rest. Anybody else have a better plan?
I mean, I was going to do what I tend to do when we're in places like this and like walk around and look for clues and stuff that we can maybe take, but
We looked around this room quite thoroughly. I mean, if you're well rested, you're free to do what you want.
because I've got nothing that I can contribute, I don't think, to speaking with a devil.
But we also need people to keep an eye out. If orcs are going to be ambushing us, I'd rather that just not happen anymore.
Well, also true.
Okay. Are you up for talking to it one more time, Jade? I can cast tongues one more time. So I'll be able to listen at least.
Well, we have to resummon it again.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'd like to say I'm not happy about losing more holy water. But also, like,
Right.
have we decided, like, what we're gonna say to him?
If it were me, going by how you conjured him, I would see if the process you made to bring him here, the words you spoke, if you can command him somehow through that, if he's binded to your words, maybe you can just force him to give us it. It's either that or we listen to his life story and check out his whatever's left of his body.
Let me look.
When Jade said that she was worried about losing her holy water, I'm going to dig through my bag of holding and pull out the 2 vials of holy water that I have and go give them to her.
Oh, nice.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like you have a better use for them than I do.
They're something that I use for one of my spells. I mean, I could try to cast command on it.
Oh boy.
What is it? Is it considered undead?
It didn't look undead to me. Just remember, devils are pretty good at resisting magics, but you could possibly try, but it might be also in the contract to protect the key if aggressed upon.
That's true.
So if we take action, it may take action against us.
Definitely don't want that. I wish Izarel could talk to him.
We could try to do
But-
that tomorrow.
I could try to persuade him that Eirik is his friend.
Jesus, I don't feel comfortable being brought into that situation right now.
But you weren't here when we originally summoned him, so you could be coming in like, you're gonna do what I say.
Well, we're talking about Eirik.
I'm not gonna let anything happen to him.
Yeah, but please remember what we just spoke about 10 minutes ago. I really don't want to add on to the situation. Everything I just went through kind of happened without my, better judgment. It just happened. I don't want more things to just start happening to me.
I mean, that's fair. I can respect that.
And we do need people outside the circle this time.
Yeah.
So kind of lifts hand and says, "Yeah, I volunteered. Didn't feel like I could add much to the devil conversation."
Wonderful.
So I just,
Okay.
with all of that, like, I don't know how we're gonna convince him without creating a contract.
I think the devil's in the details. We need to try to figure out what his current contract is. He can't speak it, but being able to not speak it also gives us information if we ask the right questions. I think we just talk to him and see what we can get, see what he is willing to give.
All right, we can try.
Okay, are you have pretty good eyes, yeah. Okay, then how about Azrael, Sarah, and
That's
Eirik
really-
are on the outside, and me and you will do this one together.
I've got really good eyes now.
Good. Just make sure to check over his body. And I'll do. I'll prepare detect magic before we do this, so I can have the arcane look.
If I've taken a little bit of a lesson from you. So if there's anything going on outside of the circle, I'll send you a quick little message.
Great.
Just to make sure that you girls are aware that something is happening outside.
Okay.
Please be very careful of the words you use.
Mm-hmm. I guess Eirik, for you, maybe see if anything else is happening in the room beyond what the circle's doing.
On it. Yeah.
Perfect. Eyes everywhere, ears everywhere. We do this to learn. Alright, I guess we'll prepare the ritual. I'll put tongues back on me. My last slot for now.
All empty. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then as you go through the process of calling back your newfound friend, to a certain extent at least.
What's his name? Yeah, we have his name somewhere. Ixel. What's his last name? We should probably try to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Silva Casa? that's pretty close.
I have a new, there's a new class feature with the druid where I can now have a familiar.
Yeah.
I am wondering what is the challenge range of the familiar I can have.
Oh,
It usually tells you.
It doesn't say, it just says
Um,
you can find familiar.
Yeah, a familiar.
that's familiar. I think it's 0.
0?
I think there's.
I could check Glamour, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think like there's no CR rating for familiars. It's just a
Yeah.
small creature. So there are no CR.
Great.
And
Great.
it can like turn into like any normal being, like a bird, like a cat,
Yep.
like a dog.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So I will then, as you girls are preparing the new circle, I will use my new feature. I will expand one of my wild shape forms to cast Find Familiar as I will not need the components for it if I expand a wild shape.
Yeah, in the spell it says there's certain forms that you can use, or challenge rating is 0.
Cool.
Yeah. It even says in the first sentence.
Yeah, I did not read further than that. I am very sorry. Yeah, so I will cast Find Familiar, and a tiny little owl, you know those like tiny little balls of cuteness,
Mm-hmm.
will appear.
Yeah. I guess, what does it look like? Like, it does have a special color, or is it just like?
It's just there. It's like it's beigey brown, and it looks like a regular those little tiny balls of owl, but it has very distinctively like dark purplish blue eyes
Yeah.
that you can tell like this is my little friend.
Yeah. Kind of lands onto your shoulder.
Great. So I'm gonna have an extra set of eyes as we yes, one of those.
Oh.
It
I
is
knew exactly
adorable.
what kind of owl you were talking about. I was like, I know what this is.
Yes,
Cool.
it is adorable.
Big old chunky eyes, with which it can
Yes.
perceive quite well. All right.
Yes.
As you do that, Sarah also kind of just goes to one end of the hall, so she can like look down the hallway in case anyone tries to walk down it. I'm setting up here, and yes, you can do what you want.
I'm sorry. I'm going on a tangent, but I have to mention this. I am adding the familiar to my extras. Apparently, one of my familiar could be a giant child.
What?
What?
Wait, hold on. What?
That can't be right.
What?
What the fuck?
That can't be right.
Wait.
Yep. It has a challenge
No.
rating of 0.
Familiar. Giant.
I mean, I know it's not, but I mean, it just made me laugh. I was going down and I saw that and I was like, wait, what?
Oh, I think it's what they mean is like a.
No, it's a child, but
No, it's a child of
Giant.
of a giant. It's a child of
Yeah.
a giant. It's not like a
Yeah.
giant.
Yeah.
Oh,
giant
So
baby.
it's just a regular humanoid.
Yeah.
A child giant.
Yeah.
It's just
Really
a
normal.
humanoid.
Yeah, but it's like a adult-sized baby.
My God, please don't do it. Don't do it.
No. It's my tiny little owl. I just thought it was really funny when I read that.
I mean, yeah, giant child, those two words is kind of. Oh fuck, that's hilarious. And with that, Jade and Fiera, you once again kind of go through the motions of doing the ritual, and once again, Jade, being the one who can speak and read, Inferno read the message that appears on the floor out loud to summon Xil Akasa again, and once again, kind of the room around you darkens to a pitch black tone, separating from the rest, and the others who are kind of outside, you can see that suddenly like this column of darkness just erects from the sigils on the floor, obscuring even them, and just kind of go all the way to the ceiling itself with no way of seeing through. That's where we're going to take our actual break, since in 2 hours, just so the viewers know when the 2-hour mark is hit, and you guys also know 2 hours up. So yeah, we're going to take a quick new break, and also because I have to pee again. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a minute. Bye. And we're back. So, please like and subscribe to pray that this conundrum gets solved somehow, to get the key. But yeah, the column opens once again, and appearing before you is the form of Xil Akasa. Xil Akasa is how you would pronounce it, but no, Infinity people. Yeah. He opens his eyes once again, burning this red tone, but he doesn't say anything.
So I'm gonna say, where did it go? Oh no, so I look at him and I say, to summon you forward, I said your true name. And that it also says I command you to come forth. Does that mean I can also command you to do other things?
Why?
Just remember his body's limited.
Yeah. All right, so you can't tell us about your pact or your contract, but can you tell us if we prove ourselves worthy, would you be able to give us the key? And then I'll like throw in his true name.
Go ahead. That's one way.
Zilkasa.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I am not here to determine worth.
What can you determine on how you give the key?
Think. Yeah, nah. I just moves his head a little bit.
Contract.
I want to believe that you will follow your word and you'll bind yourself to us with a new contract. But I worry that you could just turn your back and run on us after we free you. So the only way that we can feel that you will follow your end is if you were to give us the key as a sign of good faith. And then we will break you of this, and we will work on a new contract.
I keep having to think about what he can't say because of the contract.
Wonder if we could find a copy of the contract somewhere. Someone like Lazarus might keep at least a copy, unless they're smart enough to memorize it all.
Trust is the issue. And I have no way to prove to you that you can trust me. And neither do I have any trust towards you. So we are at a stalemate.
Why did you agree to the initial contract if you knew that it would prison you here?
I didn't.
Isn't that how contracts work? Both parties agree on it?
I agreed. But I did not know this would be the outcome.
You can see him get a little bit frustrated and angry.
I just look at Fiera and I'm like, help?
I'm still curious of something. Why don't you command him to count to 5?
That's an odd request. I feel like he might do that normally.
What about 5 in common?
Fair. Silicasa, I want you to count to 5 in common.
No.
Now that's information.
May I ask why? It is such a silly request, but I am just curious as to why you won't.
'Cause I do not know this language you speak of.
Oh, that's even more information.
What languages do you know? Is it just Infernal?
Why does this interest you?
Just trying to get to know you. You want us to trust you enough to release you, and we want to trust you that you're not going to betray us once we do. So I'm just trying to find more information about you.
Make a persuasion check. 19.
audio and abyssal.
Can I start walking? How is he held in the air? Is it kind of just like floating with those chains?
Yeah, the kind of metal bindings can also just disappear in the darkness above. There doesn't seem to be any end. So you can just walk around him.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do a walk around and just check him out with detect magic, see if I can understand what's happening. I assume there's divine chains, but like what's happening with his body, you know? What's happening?
Yeah, I can just make an Arcana check.
Ooh, which I'm better at. Yay. Oof, with a 4 though. I don't think I have any chronal shifts. Nope.
17's actually good enough. Completely forget to detect magic, but one thing, you can just see everything inside of here. You're like in a glowing tube, so everything is kind of just tainted in a different hue. He definitely is emanating a lot of magical energy, as well as the kind of bindings, but you can see like different facets of almost like magical energy coming from each or the runes that you use to kind of summon him. You can see that the rune where you place blood in has like a connection, and each one has like a different property to it. As you just kind of taking your time to investigate it, you can like summarize that these are all components to actually have him here, and that blood is used to create a connection to the souls with hell, as you have learned that the river Styx, the blood river, is where the souls are carried through hell. Holy water is obviously used as a kind of holy connection that protects from any other infernal influences to stop meddling from outside. Devils. Fire is obviously the gate opener to kind of open the gates to hell. And then ash is the body, the substance where you wish the soul to kind of go into. And healing is to revive that body so it can be summoned within this plane. And obviously the ice one is to create the cage, which you're now inside of, to not allow the soul to escape.
Okay, so I could summarize. We have summoned this devil from hell, as long as the, glyphs last.
Yes.
But he does reside in hell.
Yeah.
And we probably healed his body somewhat, so it's probably actually a lesser degree than what we see in hell. He's probably in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, as you would assume. From
tortured, burned, for all eternity.
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have a heart?
If you wish to investigate his body, you can do an investigation check.
Yeah.
I'll give you guidance.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Does not
guidance, yeah.
Need it, but yeah, can get a 30.
No, I mean-
oh my god, a 33. Holy shit.
I need hints.
Sierra is looking.
I'm actually a little bit up in there, just a little bit. Just
Yeah, you kind of look at that, and
no personal bubble for him.
yeah, he feels like his space is invaded, and he grunts like as you kind of look at him closer.
I'm being kind. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can see this weird kind of hole in his chest where like the kind of red veins turn into like the silver one, though there is no heart or anything beating within his chest. And there's this weird opening there. You can see that the kind of veins and tendrils that kind of make up his body are like ever, changing. They kind of fall off into embers and then reform again. You can see that he's like anchored to the runes that are keeping in here. Specifically, you can see the rune where the healing magic was cast on there, where his ash was. It's like kind of pumping energy continuously inside, which kind of allows them to reshape his body the entire time. Otherwise, it would probably just fall and decay.
Right.
Yeah, other than that, with natural 20, you also sense that, you know, you're going close. He literally doesn't seem to be able to have the ability to do anything and or move other than his mouth and, you know, occasionally kind of tilt his head a bit, but more than that, he's unable to do. And yeah, that's kind of really all there is to his body, other than that it's just a floating piece of veins.
Can I figure out the race?
Ooh.
Oh, sorry, species.
Oh yeah. Oh. No, we gotta be correct here. Oh, that's a good question. Was natural 20, seeing him in the state. Yeah. You would be quite confident that it is extremely similar to a human, though there are some changes that look a little bit different. And he did also mention that his body was distorted and kind of morphed to put into the shape as part of his punishment from the gods. Mm-hmm. So you don't know if, you know, this is still his real shape. Obviously, the skull is heavily, you know, misshapen and doesn't resemble that of a human at all. But the rest seems like a normal humanoidish body. Like this must have been a normal body at some point.
Okay. So human did bad things and is getting punished.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll kind of give him his space back.
What was your initial reason for being punished?
I just wanted to seek the truth.
The truth about what?
About why I exist.
I guess I'm not sure how much you know. From what I understand, the creators made all of us to fight against the demons. They were trying to make life on, I guess, this world. But the demons arose in response. And they need something to fight them back. What did you find?
So that's how they tell the story. Amusing. The belief that we were created by the gods. Sounds just like them. I do not recognize you, or from where you come. But I can tell you, we were not created by the gods.
I guess, do you mind if I try something, Jane?
Sure. Go for it.
I'll take my divine token. I'm curious what you see with this. It won't hurt, but it showed me something. Maybe it'll show you something different. And then I'll push it against, I don't know, his chest, I guess. I'll pat it and then put it on there like I'm not placing it.
Yeah. You can see him, like, for a brief moment, his eyes kind of flicker down a bit and don't glow as strong before they kind of flare up again. You can see him, like, shaking and rustling again.
Liars. Liars.
vision was a lie?
Yes. They did not create us. We were there. We walked the plains of Chaldeus, and they changed it all. They made us their soldiers to fight against the demons. And when we seeked answers, they stayed silent.
We know what year it is, right?
Yeah.
18 something.
Oh, it's 3,597 PE.
Okay. I will tell him the exact date.
Okay. The exact date I can even tell you is 300,592 PE in the 5th day, and the 2nd was of Michael.
Oh, okay. I was second boss. Okay. Yeah, so I tell him the date. Do you recognize, I guess, what age it is?
Nothing sounds familiar.
Guess eternal punishment is truly eternal. Right. Did you fight alongside Eve? I'm curious.
Yes. I was under Adam's legion.
Interesting. I think I know what key you hold now. Well, it's not quite a key. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be Pierce not insightful. Is he trying to feed me what I want to be told? Or is he actually like feeling like he's been betrayed by the creators?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Okay, just add that 20. We can do two nat 20s. Let's do it.
Let's go. 1 in
Knock
400.
out here and 8.
Oh, you just had to summon your inner Isorel and roll 2 nat 20s in a row.
Yeah.
It's just this innate distrust of being betrayed or almost betrayed by a devil before. That kind of just makes you like extremely sus. But from the expression, just purely from if you like, go from raw emotions, it did seem very honest, and that's the best you can get.
Okay. You know their gateway to here is destroyed, right? They have no reach here anymore, beyond their children that they left.
So, something finally got to them.
Something that slithers, I would say.
I can promise you one thing. If you free me, I have no qualms with your kind. I will use the rest of my life to hunt down the children of the gods.
I look at Jade because I cannot read this person for the love of anything.
I'm gonna give myself guidance, and I'm gonna try to do an insight check on him.
Okay, let's go. I thought you were better. You're worse. Oh my
I
god.
thought you were better too. That's why I asked.
Well, I technically am better by +1, but
I'm the
clearly-
one that has the best insight. I have +7.
Yeah. You.
Oh, you have an owl in here.
No.
And you... Oh, you didn't bring it in here? Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
And I think, yeah, you are just like, I mean, he's very emotional. Maybe he's an extremely good actor. We might just be telling the truth. But as he kind of,
So,
yeah.
I'm gonna look at Fiera and be like, I'm believing him 100,000%. Like, I feel like
I don't know about that much, but I don't think he is trying to put a ruse on us.
I think he just genuinely wants to be free of this torment.
I mean, if I was captured for thousands of years, tortured, body destroyed, I'd probably be upset if I wasn't allowed to die.
Do we want to free him and
Talk on it. We need to rest, we need to confer with the others, and see what the optimal plan is.
So I look back at him and I say, we're gonna rest before we make a decision, but we will know soon.
At least you have given me some sort of comfort in my pain, knowing that the influence of the gods has finally diminished on Chaldeus. This does put a smile on my face. I thank you for this.
Interesting.
And you also mentioned children of the gods you wanted to destroy.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out how you might be able to help us if we help you. Now, there's this group that's they're like blood people. They deal in blood stuff. And they're brainwashing and killing people that should, like, harmless people. Would you help us take them down?
It seems like Lazula has left quite the impact.
Interesting.
It was I who taught her blood magic.
It's all connected.
For once, I found interesting information.
What did I tell you, Felicia?
And as he
So-
says that, as around like 10 or 20 minutes have already elapsed, the outer walls start to crack. And as they shatter, we're gonna zoom back in time and go back to Eirik, Isorel, and Sarah, now also accompanied by a very tiny cute owl with huge eyes.
Yes.
And
So,
Yeah,
As
I
I-
was basically commending to just keep an eye on things and alert me if anything out of the ordinary is happening.
yep, can make a perception check for your owlie.
Tiny owl. Hey, I have to go into my familiar. I had to burp.
Wait, that's my line.
That's why I'm muted.
I never mute for a burp. I cannot suppress that. Okay, yeah, the owl is keeping. It actually has a keen senses. I'm pretty sure it has advantage on perception checks. Because I have keen
It
mind.
doesn't.
It does.
Not as a familiar.
It has to have.
It doesn't.
I know in my other campaign someone always used familiar. and
Not
then-
in the 2024 rules.
I will say
It has 120 feet dark vision, but it does not have keen senses.
That is crazy.
Yes.
Let me see.
But if you tell me I can have advantage, I will take it.
Yeah, it definitely has advantage.
I believe, let me check. No, even as a wild shape, I don't have keen senses. As an owl. Not in the 2024 rules, maybe in the 2014 rules. But in the new rules, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any. Wow, that's crazy that I took that out.
But hey, they gave cats dark vision.
Yeah, maybe they just took keen senses out altogether. I feel.
Let me see if I look at my brown bear.
Owl.
Yep. Brown bear doesn't have keen senses anymore as well.
Yeah. The old one
Wow.
has keen senses. It does even keen hearing and sight. So they took it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they took it out.
Well, nah, that doesn't make any sense. Owls have way superior vision and hearing than us. So I just give you advantage on that. Like,
Okay, I'll re-roll then.
yeah, just.
I'll take my first roll.
Wow.
Hey, all of that for that.
Okay, yeah, he's just kind of flying around, hooting and tooting. Yeah. What do you guys do while Jade and Fiora are stuck in this dark column?
So, as this is my first time seeing whatever this ritual is that's happening, I'm just gonna pull Iserel aside and just be like, I really, really want to make sure we don't ever split up again. But in the event that we ever do, and I don't know what's happening with that thing, and I have no idea where people might get sent to and everything, just pull out one of my sending stones and give it to Iserel and say, I need to always be able to talk to you.
I'll push the stone back to him. And in your head, you hear, we'll always be able to communicate now as I send a message to you.
But this doesn't... I can't reach out to you.
Hold on.
Plus, it's 120 feet.
Can reply. Yeah, can reply. Oh, it's only 120 feet. Shoot.
Yeah, I can
Okay, I'll
reply,
take
but
this.
I can't... There you go.
Okay.
We can communicate wherever.
I will. And I take the sending stone and I put it in my little personal pouch that you see me like take out my money or like my I put Arya's ring in there. I put the sending stone as well in there. It's there. I do not want to lose someone else again. I already failed Arya. And we chose to do this. You didn't. You got sucked into it, and I feel responsible for it. I know that it's a circumstantial thing and all that, but I still feel responsible for it.
Absolutely not responsible for it. I could have just walked away. Again, I don't know what would have happened to me if I did, but I probably could have. But I didn't, because something sounded like fun. Right? There was a little bit of interest there. I thought, oh, I could help these people out. And anyway, you're not responsible for it. But what we are responsible for is each other now. And I was killing myself for not giving you the stone when you came and saved us from the demon. I could have given this to you then, and then we could have been talking.
I got jumped and knocked out somehow. Like we didn't even have time to realize that the fight was over, that I vanished.
Yeah, I know.
We haven't had a single minute to breathe in the last 36 hours. It's not your fault. I did the dumbest mistake I've ever made in my entire life. And I almost cost all of us our lives. When I woke up, chained up, corded up to that stake to be given as a sacrifice to Tempestus, and I heard Arya and Fiera were there to help me. The only thing I thought of was I need to find my friends. I turned into an eagle and I bolted away, leaving all of my stuff behind. I had no magical powers whatsoever. No components, no armor, nothing. Nothing at all. All I thought of was running away. And it almost cost everybody's life. I should know better than this. And the guilt is going to eat at me.
I mean, I've got my own guilt experiences going on and trying to figure out how to deal with all that. But like I said, right now the only thing that we have to, worry about are ourselves and each other.
I'm not worried that Fiera is going to be able to defend herself or find a way to get out. And she's smart, she's intelligent, she has her ways of staying safe. Jade has been trained to fight and to protect. I feel responsible for your safety. I feel like it is my duty now to keep you safe. Yes, I'm gonna keep everyone alive and safe, and we're a team, we're in this together until the end. But I will not let anything hurt you again. Not
I-
under
I-
my watch.
I don't want anything to happen to you either.
You guys, all three of you, and I am including Jade in this because she has saved my ass time and time again since she joined us. But you guys are the only family that I have. We are each other's family at this point.
Yeah.
We can't that thing, and I point towards the black wall of crap around us. That thing in there, it scares the shit out of me. You haven't seen it. It's like a nightmare in front of you.
As if we haven't seen nightmares already.
It is. It wants to be set free. It wants to. It's set on vengeance, or I don't know. It wants to be free. That's all it wants.
I mean, in some ways, so do we.
That's the thing I was coming to. And that's why it scares the shit out of me. Like, at what point do we start being exactly what we are fighting against?
Yeah. I've wondered that too, with how small we are compared to the things that we are trying to fight. It doesn't make us any different, really. It's we're just, when you look at it from, you know, a bird's eye perspective, we're just running around the world, the planes of existence, even just causing damage and havoc. You know, we're communing with devils and dragons
And entities and stuff. I am not even convinced what Servalon is. Is it a deer? Is it actually a dragon? I don't know. I've never seen him. I've communed with him by feelings and by sights and visions, but I've never actually sat down and had a face-to-face conversation with him the way you have with Tovar.
I still don't. That is so much to absorb.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess now it kind of takes care of, like, your little faith conundrum. You can.
Yeah.
I think you can believe in Tovar.
That's what crossed my mind a couple of times, I'll be honest. It was, I've tried to reach out to something before and nothing's ever happened, and
Yeah.
now apparently I can just think about him.
You just had to believe in yourself a little. Right?
You believe in myself by going into some weird existential guilt trip.
I mean, that was probably like the poisoned dart that messed up with your brain.
It's so scary to me how obviously real Tolvar is
Yeah.
with the scales, but then am I to believe that everything that I saw before him was fake? Because it felt pretty damn real that I was killing a former coworker and friend and my dad.
We'll be able to check into it when we get out of here. We'll have to at least take a little moment to maybe check up on people and see, like, because those thugs that we fought way back when in Suna and Nier, they were dead.
That's what I'm figuring.
So I don't know, maybe it was crazy idea I'm putting out there. And you can tell me I'm insane. I'll be glad. You got those scales, right? Sarah has those scales, and she is from a lineage that goes all the way up to dragons. Perhaps somehow your family also does, you know, and maybe you didn't know, or maybe your parents knew and hid it, and then when you had that accident with the forge, it woke up something that your parents were trying to hide or didn't know about. Again, theory, right? What if you're a direct descendant of Tolvar's, and that crazy run-of-the-mill that he sent you in before you talked to him was him trying to make you believe in yourself. You fought people, killed them by yourself. You did all those things that we have done, all of us together. You redid them all by yourself. And you prevailed every single time. Maybe, again, theory, maybe he was trying to unlock something inside of you, you know, to believe.
Well, he certainly unlocked something, because
Yeah, clearly.
you know, the flames.
The fire hands, yeah, and eyes. Your eyes flame up.
My heart. There's something inside glowing while that happens. I'm covered up now. I've got my armor on, but in my meeting with him, when I invoked his flame, I had taken everything off and my scales were glowing. They were pulsating. There was a glow inside where my heart was. I'm basically a dragon.
Yeah, that's the conclusion I'm coming to right now, because it's in the middle of this cave after a high storm. That's the only logical thing I can think of, because I don't have books, I don't have anything to make any sense of this.
Yeah.
And then I'll take a little moment to try and send a message to Fiera inside the thing.
Which is the exact same time where actually it shutters open. And...
Fiera, how? Oh,
Oh, yeah, we're done.
Okay. All right.
And I'm gonna go, shit, I didn't even look around the damn god.
No,
It's okay. I think we learned quite a bit,
my
actually.
little owl was keeping tabs on things.
If you come back in the room, you just see Jade have this like dumbfounded look on her face.
How'd
she's-
it go? Do we have the key? Can we go home?
Well,
Not
we
yet.
learned about his master.
Oh, so there's another level.
Yeah.
Well, Ixil's the master of Lazula, or the teacher, mentor. Blood magic.
Wait, what?
He taught Lazlo, whatever, blood magic.
Mm.
The stuff
He's-
from the.
Yes.
Yes.
He's the reason we're having blood magic problems right now.
It sounds like it.
Maybe.
It sounds like his student went too far.
Right. Which honestly makes sense. Blood magic has been gone for quite a while, so how did it come back?
And I
Devils have
mean-
been alive for thousands of years.
I mean, it is a. It's a calamity, but I mean, it is a powerful and very tempting power.
It is.
So
I mean, it's
anyone,
a tool.
it's easy to be corrupted by this type of power, and
Right. But yeah, they have a strong vengeance against the creators. They fought against them in the war. They probably fought along Servalon. Oh, which is nothing we could actually ask them what they think about Servalon. Not even that.
What are we even doing? Oh
I
my.
just want the key, but it is
we're playing
difficult to get.
chess. We're playing chess with gods and creators and stuff, and we're just like, hey,
We struggled to survive through a high storm. I almost froze to death, by the way. I almost drowned.
Oh,
I
me
found this
too.
Little like cave, and the water kept filling it up, and I was like, no, but then eventually I made my way through it. And morning came.
I don't know
was
if you
awful.
saw. I don't know if you saw because you were hundreds of feet in the air, but
No. I
we
can tell you now.
and I point to Jade and Sarah, we were holding each other, literally drifting away in the water,
Oh,
all unconscious. Fun.
Yeah, I almost
that's it.
drowned in the goblin tunnel.
right?
The water
Water
was
is our biggest
filling up
weakness.
this little chamber that I was in, and I had to like create some kind of covering that protected me from the water. Thanks to I spoke to the chieftain, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Why did you hide in your rope hole thing?
That's only an hour.
Oh,
I can't
right.
hide from a whole high storm.
True.
I assume they were nice.
Saved my life. I gave him more mayonnaise.
A second blessing
What?
upon him.
Mayonnaise?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh,
There's a whole bunch of bones in this chamber I was in, and I filled these bones with mayonnaise. It's a whole thing.
Oh boy,
What?
wild.
I understand enough Goblin to kind of translate, but not very well.
Yeah, that was also a problem. They were all just. The chieftain spoke common.
Oh, good. Okay.
He finally came out of his little hidey hole and came to speak to me, but
That
the
was
rest of
just
them didn't.
wonderful.
That sounds
Anyway,
wild.
the Mayo story is for another time.
Right, so Devil, we need to figure out what we're gonna do. I am so mixed on freeing them, you have no idea. Obviously, they did bad things. Eternal suffering does sound quite bad, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I mean, I'll be real, we've done some bad things.
Right, but to be tortured and your body destroyed for thousands of years?
Yeah,
I
we're not there
don't-
yet.
No, definitely not. It's not.
Seems extreme.
It does seem extreme, and for your punishment to be like eternal suffering, like you have to have done something bad.
Well, they just went against the divine. They wanted answers of why we exist, what's going on with demons, what's going on in our realm, and it sounded like the divine didn't want to answer.
Based on what I know of omens, does this thing become one?
Become one what?
Can you put your mic down? Yeah, thank you.
Based on what I know with omens, could this thing
Oh.
become one?
You can make a history check.
I'm gonna give myself guidance. What? Yeah.
Hey, 5.
It's like there's like no information that you got this far that would suggest they could, but that's also just a omen thing that there is no information about omens. It's just that some creatures will at some point proclaim omen.
I think a good example is Calyx, right? We learned a bit about
Yes.
Calyx. They
Right.
did bad back in the day,
Yep.
but they went against the gods. They're punished. But when they were brought back here, they put themselves in a cage. They didn't want to hurt people. They were
Yep.
forced to hurt people by the divine. But then we just sent them back to hell. So do we just do the same here and just leave them there and try to get the key else some other way? Do we
I
trick
don't-
them?
I don't really want to harm him farther.
Right. I mean,
I also don't think tricking a devil is a smart thing.
I think he
he
might
used to be
able
human,
I think he might be able to help us end the blood magic.
but he's going to go on a killing spree afterward against people that may be innocent.
But he's talking about making a contract with us. So maybe we could curb some of that.
He can only kill people that we say is okay. Then we just let loose a mass murderer that we say, hey, go kill this person.
Oh boy.
I don't want blood on my hands by another's actions.
I'm not saying that, but he can help us take down this blood magic group that is killing thousands of people.
The
Okay.
information
thing.
about the blood magic is within him.
The thing is, they're not even killing those people. They are turning them into derelicts, reducing them to less than humanoid. They are barely shapes that just wail and hurt themselves for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Like it's even worse than death.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying he might be the key to help us destroy that group.
But we can't guarantee he helps. The second we set him free, he doesn't have to sign a contract. Especially one that's not favorable to him. He's already been tricked once. Do you think after thousands of years, he's just going to walk into another contract that isn't okay with him? If anything, he'll just turn it against us. And we'll be tricked again after what we went through in hell. We got used down there. I don't want to be used here as well. And I won't be responsible for his actions.
I don't know how else we're gonna get this key.
Remind me again, why do we want the key?
So this other group doesn't get it.
And do we know what the key is for?
I believe it's a weapon.
It itself is the weapon, or it is the
I
literal
don't know.
key to a weapon?
One or the other.
Yeah, it doesn't
If
matter,
the
I guess.
information I've gathered from this place is right, right, we can't be scryed on. This will lead us to a dagger. A dagger that was once held. So I don't know how big it's going to be. Well, this dagger has a lot of importance when it comes to, I don't know, power, the divine, a lot of pure divine magic. They can't have that.
Regardless of what it is, we know it's powerful enough that it was guarded by this demon. Or this devil. So no matter what, we know it's something that nobody wanted it just to fall into somebody's hands willy-nilly. So it's powerful on something. So our enemies are trying to get this thing. Do we really want to leave it to chance that they somehow get it?
I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? I think they're more open to making a contract with the devil than we are. I don't think they care if this thing's free. Actually, they probably want this thing to be free because they are against the divine. It's actually more likely to aid their cause than ours.
Yeah, and that makes our cause harder.
Facts, we know. Well, I don't even know if we know that, but this thing is supposed to be guarding this key. We can only bring it here through this sequence. And what we bring here is just a partial body. So how can it bring us the key? It can't really use magic. All it can do is speak and produce a key, is what it said.
Reduce key.
What I understand, it was under Adam's command of Adam and Eve. If my information is right, I think it has a weapon that Adam once used. So how can it produce that? How can it give it to us? Why isn't Lazula using it?
Let's rest, and while we're thinking about it, we can, while we're relaxing, we can think about it. In the morning, we can discuss it before we resummon him. But we need to sleep while we can, in case the orcs come back. We need to be rested to be able to handle it.
That's fair.
Is there only one way in and out of this chamber?
From what I know, the only way in and out is the pond.
I just mean like the room we're in. Like
Oh.
I came in through the tunnels.
Yes,
That's the
there's two
same-
entrances, I guess.
Well, this is like a circle. Or a U, I should say.
Hmm. And then it goes to the stairway. So I guess if we watch the stairway,
Yeah. Well, we could be in this room over here. There's only one way in this room.
We could probably just tuck ourselves into a corner. Still keep watch, but at least,
I can put up an alarm as well.
yeah, me too.
Because there's
Well, I
all
guess-
these little side rooms. Like
Yeah, so I was thinking if we like make camp in this side room,
Oh no, I can't put a
like in this room back here, whoever's on watch could kind of be by the door and listen. And if anybody comes into the room, we could easily wake everybody up and try to sneak out.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But then I'll put an alarm just right at the entrance, I guess.
Yep.
Boom. And I'll make it mental, not loud. So just go to me.
All right.
Snap time. Heck. Oh, double contracts.
Okay, so your go was in
In the room.
the room.
Doop.
I'll take first watch.
Actually, I'll take first watch because I have my little owl, and as soon as I go for a rest, he's going to disappear, so we can use him as an advantage at least for the first 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Because I used him as a wild shape thing instead of the components, so he disappears when I take a long rest.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you step outside of the room, perception check. It's 4
Yes.
hours.
Yes. Do I just make a perception check through me, through the owl? Do I give myself advantage? Like, what do I do?
Yeah, just give yourself advantage.
Okay, cool. Advantage. Roll. I'll take it.
23.
I'll take
pretty
it.
Good. Yeah, as you kind of settle down, sit down, and breathe out, kind of maybe first acknowledging the happy things that you're back together, but then quickly realizing still in somewhat of a celebrate the reunion yet. However, the confidence of being together again is kind of enough to push you through these hard times. And so as you're gonna sit down and just focus for the time that you are awake, and during the entire 4 hours of you sitting here with your owl kind of just hoot. Not much happens. You hear the dripping of the water from above, still kind of leaking through some parts of the ceiling, but other than that, doesn't seem to happening. That you kind of go back. Assume you wake up Jade, who's now already rested. Take charge.
And my little owl goes poof and explodes in feathers.
I'll give myself guidance.
2 solid rolls.
I changed the digital dice.
Nice. That must have been it. Definitely. That must have been it. Yeah. As you kind of reawaken from your meditation, feeling a bit rough around the edges, you did take a couple big hits while fighting. Back out again and have a moment for yourself where like you're probably once again thinking about what you've been tasked to do, and now all of a sudden also getting information about your past that kind of maybe probably already have forgotten about over the last few hours just because of what has been occurring. That wasn't the thing that was occupying your mind. And kind of your somewhat like you have like an inkling of that you're definitely getting somewhere, and it doesn't feel like that the journey was futile, and that you have learned a lot of new different things, and there's just an instinct and feel the presence of your ancestors are still behind you, supporting you and lending you their help, which kind of gives you the courage to keep going onwards as you sit here. And during the entirety of your watch, 4 hours pass peacefully and quietly. This what happens. You all gain the benefits of a long rest.
That always feels better.
Does that mean we also recover? Because I'm the only one with exhaustion left. Do I recover from my exhaustion?
Yeah, you always recover 1 level or 1 point of exhaustion.
No more exhaustion. Okay. Time to play with spells.
Wait, why is it telling me to learn spells, not prepare them? Did that change?
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
It sounds like a wizard thing, because I have to learn to spell before I can.
Yeah, or paladins always had it where it just you can change them out.
Yeah, I also saw that.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so question 1. Do I need to send a message to anyone that can help us? We really still don't know who Lazula is. It could be. I mean,
No, it says I can do.
make my notes here. Because we were told Xerxes Kivitz might be the head of this thing by Zephagus. Who probably lives nearby.
Sorry. Yes, keep going.
Well, then, is that Lazula? Is Xerxes Kivith? Do I know the gender of that name? It sounds masculine to me, but it's such a weird name, Xerxes, right?
I mean, yeah, I don't think there's a role you can make. It literally could be anyone. Yeah, you have
Yeah, it's a weird one.
you had the name before.
Okay.
It's like Lazula. It's kind of like a somewhat...
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one either. Okay.
So,
Mm,
question, Fiera.
mm-hmm.
Before we summon him, I can cast Zone of Truth.
That's what you wanted.
I don't think he's been lying, is the thing.
But
I think he's being upfront. If you want to try, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, right?
Is it a thing where he's gonna know?
So it says, when a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it makes a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. But it doesn't say that if he succeeds, he knows.
Well, there's a magical circle glowing around that
Oh.
compelled him to mentally
I
break free
mean,
from it.
you could ask, you know.
But it
I mean, he can't-
says if he's
he can't
aware
say
of the
no.
spell, if he's aware of the spell, he can avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie.
Right. So he might just go quiet, which would still tell us something.
So I mean, I could prepare that spell if we want.
Well, first things first, we need to know whose house we're in. Are they alive? Are they dead? That'd be nice to know. Are they going to come knocking and wonder who's in their research chamber? I don't want to reach out to Zephygus, but maybe if I reach out to O'Toole, that's kind of less aggressive. I don't know who else to ask. Who would know about a famous mage from hundreds of years ago? Maybe it was Sheena, but this seems beyond her.
Isorel is going to sit down for a minute, and you'll see her do her thing when she usually starts meditating or trying to communicate with someone from the beyond. And she will pray to Sir Villon. And basically, she will ask the very simple question of, can we trust Selia Casa
Okay.
to Sir Villon? That's what she does. She puts her mind where she knows, she feels at home, she thinks of the woods, and she gets herself into like this whole thing, and she asks Sir Villon if they can trust this entity.
All right. Yeah, make a straight wisdom check.
I'm gonna give myself guidance.
Okay.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. No. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
No. Never mind. No.
Yeah. It just seems like this building, once again, you separated from nature, and the last time you tried that, it also didn't work. And
Yep.
there's just also something about this room that just feels kind of disconnected, even more so than just it not being in nature. There's just a odd aura that you are kind of present in that is kind of disturbing your mental connection to Avalon.
As I sorry, as I come out of that meditative state, you can see Isorel kind of not being too happy, and in a mix of common, sylvan, elvish, and druidic, just start like putting druid crafting like flowers everywhere and like blades of grass and shit, and she's just like grumbling
Rage
around.
gardening.
Yeah, rage gardening.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's the thing.
It is now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Apparently, I have to be angry for things to work. Piss off and.
Hmm. Okay, we need info. I did check. Sending actually isn't a divination spell. I thought it was. Evocation.
Yeah, it's evocation. Yeah. Which is
I had no idea. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to O'Toole.
okay.
Very simple.
What?
Good morning to you. In a pickle. Could use information. Who is Lazula? And are they alive?
Okay. You send that out, and you get a response pretty quickly. You hear in your head, Good morning, Viera. I do not know this name. I do not share the same knowledge as Zephyrus. Perhaps visit again.
Wish it was that easy, O'Toole.
Right. Interesting. I mean, that's still information. It's not great information. Okay, what are we doing here? I still don't understand how he's going to present us with the key. He's barely a body when we summon him. All he can do is speak and produce a key. When I expected his body, he didn't seem... It just seemed like a body.
You can make an Arcana check just for the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, Fiora knows more arcane knowledge.
Come on.
Guidance.
Oh, okay. Fresh chicken.
Oh my
Oh my god. It's crazy to see that
20 to 1.
Rewind.
14
21.
is the natural one.
You see me like fumble and then whoop, rewind a little bit. Try that again. Okay.
Plus your D4.
Oh, thank you.
Dang,
Almost
29. Oh my god. Yeah. There is a lot of ways that, magic can create certain opportunities for things to appear or disappear that don't necessarily need the how should we call it? What I'm basically trying to say is, a lot of magic locks and stuff like that aren't visible. And similar to this, not as it's not visible, you checked around and you didn't see anything. And you did inspect his body, there's nothing there. However, there's one thing that he can do, which he didn't mention, which is probably irrelevant because it's so obvious to mention, but in arcane sense, it's actually quite important, which is he can listen, he can hear. And
Yeah. I thought
that's
there might be a phrase, password, something. Okay. Okay, I'll share my thinking with the group. We know he's limited at what he can do, but this wouldn't be a dead end. So we need to say something, or possibly make him say something specific. What have we found? Shaman's won't help. The wall. What was on the wall? Oh, it was just the. Yeah, okay. We should give this puzzle to Irix, see if we can figure it out.
yeah.
God. That might not be it either, though. I'll just say it out loud so Irix knows. Northeast is the river Styx flow, while the other side bathes in holy tranquility. For when the sun rises and burns the horizon, will its descent leave only a pile of ash. May the seal be caged by Stygalos in the south, so that Vitalios can touch the lifeless ash to bring him forth to Caldeus again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Essentially, that's how you summon a devil. Okay. So what is he looking to hear or say? A passcode, a phrase. How would we know what that is? Can he tell us it? I mean, that'd be silly.
You know what? I did. I just
Can anybody
realized.
read minds? Arya! Oh God. I don't think I can.
I rolled my wisdom check with ISRL, not ISRL 2.0. Doesn't change anything, but I just realized I messed up.
That is why.
Yes.
I don't think any of us can read minds.
Nope.
What if I gave him a spell? How could he activate it? Okay, phrase or password. I mean, we've searched the room super thoroughly, right? Have we looked for? Why would he hide it here? Oh. Big. There has to be something here.
Did you look through all of the other rooms?
Yeah, you did. You did like.
Yeah, we did like everything check. I think we were quite thorough. On the walls.
Can I go stand in the middle of the circle and look up at the ceiling?
Sure, kind of walk there and you look up at the ceiling. Ceiling here is quite high compared to the other cavern space, and you can also see a large star constellation on the
Oh, that's right. This guy, sorry, girl. Lazula was really into planes and planets.
Because there's all the stars
Yep.
lining the walls and stuff down the hallways.
Right. The one in this room, Jack, you said it was kind of pathways of like travel, right, between the planes.
Yep, there were like kind of threads connecting different areas that you interpret as potential pathways as far as you are concerned.
I mean, me and Eric are pretty mechanical. Can we see if there's a picture, if a word shows up, if you connect it connect the dots, like if there's a hidden meaning behind with the way it's placed.
Okay, you can.
You know?
Yeah, like you know how the Big Dipper points, like the end of its cup, I think, points to the North Star.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're using that sort of logic. Like, are there things like pointing in certain directions? And
Yeah, you can definitely make an investigation check in that front.
Alright. Eric, you check this one. I'll check this one. We'll compare notes.
done.
21. Looking pretty thoroughly. There seems to be, so one thing you do recognize is, like I said, the star map doesn't quite align with the one you have in your night sky. There are more celestial bodies, and they also seem to be like somewhat ordered from maybe like a timeline on how it occurred in the sense that when there were how many celestial bodies within your solar system. The first one showing like 9 planets, second one only showing like 7, and then 3 was always a heavy focus on kind of the bridge leading there, and trying to look, is there maybe a pattern inscribed within the constellation itself? But as far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be like a hidden word in the constellations. However, one thing that does strike a little bit curious is the kind of way the thing is set up, and you can see like it's almost like inscribing Lazula's name in the wall.
It can't be that simple. We've said Lazarus more than once. Yeah, because we asked what they know of Lazarus, and they're bound by contract not to give it. I mean, I could try to use future foresight. I haven't used that in a while. But there's other star maps. Maybe there's other words. I start running for any other star map along any other wall, and see if there's another word that it makes.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna just make a straight intelligence check.
Jeez.
Good old your way of doing things. 13. The only thing that you notice is that the timeline that it's kind of placed at is, it shows what happened last first. Like it's kind of like in a reverse order, basically. Placed there. And the other walls just show a more kind of somewhat detailed version of one specific star constellation, where they're trying to figure out which planet belongs where. Other than that, there's like no further words kind of inscribed within the wall.
Okay. Well, I could try to use future foresight unless somebody has a better plan.
Are there any, looking at the constellations, are there any that appear to be a sun? Like, you know, the sun is a star. So do any of the stars in the constellations look bigger or have any extra markings around it that might signify it's the sun, which might be like the start of a path or something?
Yeah, can make another investigation check.
As they go around, Israel is going to look at Eric and be like, "We are here," and then I'll just point to one that represents hell. We went there. I believe I have to go there, and I start describing what I saw.
Yeah, 27. You're looking at it and you're like trying to look for the sun. Yeah, the big wall that has the or that is behind the arcane circle has like the solar system kind of with the planets and celestial bodies inscribed in it. The others have like star constellations. I should have probably clarified that since those are two very distinctive things. And there is one thing you do notice is there are like 3 constellations that I'm pretty sure like you also flip through some of the books while in the Zephyrus archives, and it often there are depictions of either like 3 celestial bodies, 9, or like 7. However, here are 4 constellations, and one of them has 6 numbers, so 6 aligned celestial bodies. And let's kind of look at them closer, and each kind of body does have like a kind of letter like somewhat inscribed into it, kind of referring, that's how we found out that the one planet that was belonging to hell was because of the inscription that was inside of it, but it used like a kind of more runic description rather than actual words. And within the kind of one with 6, it once again just spells Lazula's name. You can see at the very bottom one there's the L, and then the second one from the bottom is the A-Z-U-L-A, going from bottom to top.
It's some kind of like Beetlejuice situation.
Maybe.
Oh, and since you're looking at this the first time, Eirik, also point of order that you notice is in every constellation and especially solar system, there's a heavy focus on the second most outer celestial body, which has 7 moons surrounding it. And, you know, from your knowledge and from your experience of going to hell, you would probably assume that that is hell.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of clock structure, something that shows like, you know, the shadow, sun, this is what time it is?
I would say it was your 21
Hey.
investigation check, and I think you had like a natural 20 the last time. Like,
I've been looking around thoroughly, yes.
yeah, I will just straight up tell you, there's no clock, no shadows, or anything like that. It's just these inscripted things, and most of it seems to be very focused on hell.
Right. Is there a piece of wall broken off that's quite large?
Inside of here, no. Everything compared to the other stuff seems to be in very pristine condition.
So if I go to another room looking for like a constellation wall, can I find one that's broken?
Presumably, if one exists outside, which you haven't found yet, you could try.
Trying to think what I can use for a material component. Okay, I will, because there's more stuff upstairs, right?
Yeah.
There was a
Okay, I'm
whole
gonna go-
other branch that I walked past.
Yeah. So I'll head upstairs. I specifically want to find some sort of a wall that is used to show some sort of descriptor of the solar system that is broken.
All right. Can just make another investigation check. Number one check going on here. 22. Yeah. You find one. Like at the entrance even there. It's like part on the floor is like also has and you didn't recognize it at the beginning just because it just seemed like scratch marks, but now that you have seen some of the solar engravings, you can recognize the pattern here as well.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while. So I'll sit down and prepare Dr. Fierro's future foresight, trying to use the wall's pieces as a component.
Okay, yeah. Do that. Crazy. All right.
But that will take 11 minutes.
Yeah, then during that 11 minutes, what are the others doing?
Um. Jaden would be trying to get some insight from Izrael to
Wow, no.
I saw it click the button.
totally click the wrong button by accident. Why is my camera not on there? That's the real question.
That is the good question.
I turned it on.
There we
Oh, there
Okay.
you are.
So Jade would be talking to Izrael to try to figure out what to do. Just trying to figure out what to do with this devil. Do we set up a trap to just try to keep putting off people getting access to it?
I don't know if there's a way that we could perhaps seal it in here until we figure out what to do with it. I've been thinking about that. I am holding out on preparing a few of my spells depending on what we decide to do. Because if we decide to perhaps try and free it somehow or sign a contract with it, I would try to protect us. But if we think we don't have enough information right now, maybe we can find a way to kind of seal it off so that no one else can access it for now.
What would happen? I know you're not like the most magically inclined person. What would happen if we like just destroyed one of the symbols? Do you think that would mean like that the guy's free or the demon's free?
I think it would probably just break our connection to him, and then someone would have to redo the ritual somewhere else or reconnect the rune or something. I think this circle here is just a summoning thing. If for some reason Fiera was able to redraw the entire thing in the tower at home, we could probably summon him like in the tower. Which I'm sure Fiera would not do that, but I mean, like, it is possible. One thing that we could do, like I said, to seal it, we could destroy those runes, and at least for now, seal the connection with it with the being. You know, like take a copy of how this summoning circle is made and everything so that we can recreate it, but at least for now break the connection so that if and when the Covenant of the Heart comes back, they can't complete the ritual to summon him.
No matter what, we're gonna have to talk to him, because if we're trying to instill good faith, I did tell him that we would speak with him today.
Of course, we can totally run it by him that like, hey, we'll just, you know, sever the connection with you for a little bit to make sure that no one else finds the key. And it's not that we don't want to work with you or something. It's just that we don't want the wrong people to get it, you know?
I kind of like that idea. If we're able to break the connection for this location for now.
Yeah.
So that we can find out more information about him and his master. That might help us decide how to proceed with him. But I don't want to just leave this place like with him still being there with the ritual, because I feel like as soon as we leave, they're going to come in the masses and try to...
Yes. That's also what I think. I sadly have a feeling that if we leave this here, there's a lot of trouble brewing, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah.
So I have two no, I have one way. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I have kind of two ways that I could do that, and I am going to run it by Eirik and Fiera. I could either hold on, let me see, how big is this thing? Sorry. Oh, sorry. I am gassy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my
Jeez.
gosh.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay. So basically, this whole entire area right there, I could turn into mud. So it would completely erase any trace.
Interesting.
Is it a 40-foot cube?
Yeah, it is a 40-foot cube. Sorry. So it would be what, 20?
Yeah, 20 feet.
20 feet. Sorry. This. So I could probably like angle it so that I can. It's yeah, I could do it twice and make sure that like, I don't know, like, woo, like, I don't know, like this here is taken care of, and this here is taken care of, but basically I can make sure that like the entire area where the summoning circle is turned into mud, and then the runes themselves are magic. So Fiera and I could probably dispel the runes to make sure that if someone tries to detect magic, they don't see the pings around, knowing that there was some trace elements of magic in here. So that is a plan that I have that I don't know, like I said, we have to talk to Fiera about it too. But that is something that could possibly work.
I'm trusting you guys right now because I'm very much out of my element.
Just out of pure curiosity, did anyone ever go through this trunk?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there's a
Ventacube, there's a
cube that I feel, or there's a self-destruct chamber,
yeah, I have it in my bag of holding.
which I feel like,
Incineration cube.
Yeah,
yes, that's the word.
incineration chamber.
Not Vanta.
I feel like that's right up your alley.
Yeah. I kept it safe for you.
Wait, so you're saying there's a thing that could destroy an area?
No,
No,
it's an incineration chamber. It's yay big, and I'll take it out of the
There's dark
bag of holding.
matter. There's dark matter.
Actually no, I'm not.
inside.
I remember it was super heavy, so I'm just gonna open my bag of holding and then just kind of will it to existence and just let it clunk on the floor so Ira can look at it.
Okay, yeah, you just basically hold the bag upside down, grab it, and just let it fall off.
Yeah.
And
It's a Vanta material that's on the inside.
a cube smashes onto the ground, and yeah, it is yay big, around this size. But it makes a very hefty clonk. It's like, seems blackish, though there are like a cube or smaller cube on each of the edges, so 8 additional cubes that are kind of smaller, protruding out of the central main body, and there's like a rune on each face of this cube. As you approach it and maybe even touch it, you can feel that it's extremely cold.
And what did you find out about this thing?
Nothing.
Just that it's Vanta material on the inside, and it,
Remember the notes.
yeah. So it has about 32 days of time before the box might start to get blighted, but we don't know how long it's been in here.
So we just shoved it into my bag of holding for now.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yes. And I show him the note that was inside the cube.
Yeah, I guess I can bring it up.
Cube note.
The cube note. Amply named, because genius when it comes to that. And while that is happening, we'll switch over to Fiera, because I must definitely pass for Dr. Fiera's future foresight. So,
Oh. Yeah, it's been a while, so hopefully I remember anything about phrasing. So yeah, I go in that trance, taking in the wall because I use normal stuff when there's free wall around. And I think at least for a little bit, I just take it in. Does it feel like when I used the glove the first time? Like
it's
quiet, still, nothing but me.
Yeah, it definitely still has this very astral feeling, as though you're somewhat disassociating from your own body and you're becoming part of like a bigger picture. And so the dissociation still takes place, though now it feels like with a little bit more guidance, as in not someone is like specifically guiding you, but that you are now very keenly aware that you're moving in one direction and one direction only.
Okay. I guess, what do I see?
It's still the darkness, the black void or shadow that kind of accumulates from other existing shadows around you that just kind of create this very liminal space. It occasionally looks like there's like waves of smoke going by, though it can also just be your eyes playing tricks on you as you're just trying to grasp
Right.
anything.
I guess just trying to sense out if anything is out here. I guess I'll start speaking. It all feels kind of small, right? This unholy blood legion. Demons, devils. War? Does it matter? I really don't know anymore. What's your purpose? What is their purpose? Isn't time forever? Everything is bound to time. Time's above all. So other versions of me, so what time is there for them? Is it connected to me? I really don't know. I guess let's find out. Time seems of the essence now. We're trying to retrieve this key from Ixilacasa. It is just a matter of time, but I'd like to do it the right way. We'll figure this out eventually. And I'll make sure that's done in a way that's good for us. What do I get Jade to say so that Ixilacasa has to retrieve the key for us? Via the contract, they are bound. And fear is mine. It's inevitable that they'll find out what it is.
Mhm. You kind of wait for a moment as you're like focusing, still concentrating the aspects of the shadow weave, and not much changes, and it seems like no answers offered to you to that question.
Interesting. There's many ways to do it, isn't there? I could just release him now, and then bind him by contract to tell me what it is, and then go back. And then now I'll know what to say. And I can make him say it before we release him. We're gonna keep looking. I'm gonna keep looking. Where do I find the contents of his contract?
Okay. Um, So this spell specifically, just because your wording is like, you can only ask things that pertain to an event, which means a course of action has to be taking place and then a consequence of that has to occur. So like saying where something is not an event. You could ask, will we find the things to the contract? You can ask, will anyone find contracts? So it has to be a course of action that will happen in the next 7 days. That's the only way you will receive an answer. Since you're like looking in the future for what is going to happen and wish to know what the outcome of that is.
So will this happen?
Exactly.
Will X happen? Will Y happen? Okay. Yeah. Will we get Ixal Akasa to give us the key by the pretense of the contract he is bound to?
Okay. No, some DM brainwork time.
God needs to scratch his brain.
As you're kind of focusing in, you can feel suddenly there's a rush of wind and movement as you're being compelled in a direction in this space of nothingness. And as you're moving, you come to the realization that that does not seem to be something that will happen in the next 7 days.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just let time go as the spell fades.
It's a PS. So we're gonna end today's episode. A bit of a pickle. That is trying to find a maybe secret password of a long disappeared mage who may or may not be alive. Having to do another deal with the devil. Well. Yeah, man, I feel like the last few sessions we've been doing have always been reaching the 4-hour mark, so that's kind of crazy, but I also realize it's probably extremely late for you guys. So we will...
It's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yay!
So we will keep this short.
Tired.
Just so these people can get a rest and then refresh their brains on maybe what they can do. So yeah, join us next week, and until then, please like and subscribe if you like this shit. And it's bye from us for now. Bye.